The first time Yang Kai met Song Mo, they were in the star field. Song Mo was also a member of the Star Court, and the Star Field Master of Grand Desolation Starfield, Wu Heng, was his subordinate. At that time, Wu Heng made use of his own starfield to devour Heng Luo Starfield. Certainly, Yang Kai would never allow that to happen. After an intense battle, Wu Heng was defeated, and at the most critical moment, he called upon Song Mo's help. After that, it was Yang Yen who arrived at the place and solved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was during that encounter that Song Mo realized that Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space and had the sealed world bead, stimulating the greed in his heart. After returning to the star boundary, he utilized all his means to find out Yang Kai's information and whereabouts. Eventually, he came into Yang Kai's way just outside Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to battle against Song Mo, but they were severely injured in the process. In the end, it was Xianxia who appeared and beat Song Mo up. After 2 unpleasant encounters, they were practically each other's arch-enemies now. Faced with Song Mo's cold expression, Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look as well. In the past, he was still wary of Song Mo, however, now, besides the fact that he had 4 half-saints in the small sealed world who could assist him at any moment, his own power had also increased significantly, so he was no longer afraid of him. They could coexist peacefully if Song Mo didn't seek trouble with him. Otherwise, Yang Kai would let him know that he was no longer so easily bullied. The other army commanders were not aware of the grudges between these two, but they just could see that these two people appeared hostile towards one another, making it obvious that they were on bad terms. Li Wuyi and Yang Yen knew what had happened in the past. Nevertheless, they were still faced with the threat from the demons, so it wasn't the right time for Yang Kai to settle scores. Thus, they secretly spoke to him via divine sense. Don't let your personal grudges with him get in the way of our plan. In response, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Almost half of the army commanders had gathered in this place. Li Wuyi went on to introduce every one of them to Yang Kai. Despite the fact that Yang Kai had excellent memory, he could only remember their names and he couldn't recall which armies they belonged to. It was because the armies were divided into heavenly stem and earthly branch, making it difficult for anyone who wasn't familiar with the system to recall who belonged where. Nevertheless, it was no big deal. As they were going to work with each other in the future, they would slowly become familiarized with one another. Compared to the other armies, the 61st Army was like a toddler. Given Yang Kai's cultivation and age, he could only be considered a rookie army commander. Despite that, the other commanders were friendly to him and commended his youth and talent so that they could remain on good terms. When a certain elderly man was introduced, he shot an angry glare at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was doubtful as he didn't think he had offended this old man in the past and was pretty sure that they hadn't even met before. So, why was the elderly man resentful of him? Yang Kai reasoned that this elderly man might be close friends with Song Mo. In that case, he had to be extra careful in the future so that he wouldn't be caught off guard by them on the battlefield. To the side though, Li Wuyi said with a smile, "Don't blame Senior Fu for looking at you like this. He is the army commander of the 53rd Army. Yao Si worked under him previously." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally understood the reason behind this hostility and smiled helplessly. Then, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior Fu. Many thanks for allowing Yao Si to come to my side." Originally, Yao Si was this elderly man's subordinate. However, after he lost a bet, Yao Si had no choice but to serve Yang Kai instead. In the past over 10 years, Yao Si managed to build up a strong foundation for the 61st Army, which was why the elderly man was frustrated. When Yao Si was in the 53rd Army, he didn't show any signs that he was capable of doing so much, but after he was gone, he went on to achieve many great things. If the elderly man knew that this would be the outcome, he would have made Yao Si stay at all costs. With Yao Si around, the 53rd Army could have become as great as the present 61st Army. The old man surnamed Fu snorted. "What are you thanking me for?" This old master can only blame himself for failing to realize that Yao Si was such a gem when he was still in my army. It is his opportunity to have joined your army. He paused for a moment, however, Yao Si originally came from the 53rd Army after all. Without him, the 61st Army wouldn't have grown to be so powerful. If in the future, the 61st Army will stand ready to lend Senior Fu assistance at any moment, Yang Kai immediately said. It was then the elderly man stopped looking grim as he flashed a smile at Xianxia. Good. I hope that both of our armies will come into contact more often. That's my intention as well. All of you are my seniors who are experienced in the affairs of war, while I am still just a junior, so I have a lot to learn from you. I hope that you won't find me troublesome. Ha ha ha. The elderly man guffawed and clapped Xianxia's shoulder. If there's anything you need on the battlefield, just call out to me. As long as I'm still alive, I'll bring my people to lend you a hand so that you won't be overwhelmed by the demons. Many thanks, Senior Fu. At this point, they flashed a smile at one another as though they were old friends who hadn't met for a long time. It took quite some time for everyone to be introduced. After Xianxia managed to memorize all their names, Li Wui said, "There are other army commanders who aren't here today. I'll introduce them to you in the future if there's a chance." Xianxia nodded and took a look at the sand table. Knowing that they must have an important issue to discuss, he said, "I'll wait for you outside. There's something I need to discuss with you regarding the war. We'll talk about it at a later time. You don't have to leave." Li Wui raised his hand to stop him. "Stay here and listen to us. We might need your army to help out." Xianxia decided to leave because he wanted to avoid creating any kind of problems, but since Li Wui had said so, he wouldn't insist. After the introduction, everyone fell silent in the hall and only Li Wui was left to talk about his plan. Yang Yan furtively walked up to Xianxia and nudged him with her shoulder. Despite the fact she was staring fixedly at the sand table, she spoke to him clearly via divine sense. "Why did you go to the lower star field for more than 10 years? I thought you weren't coming back." "I was studying and cultivating a secret technique," Xianxia replied honestly. Yang Yan faintly pursed her lips. "The star boundary is a better place for cultivation. Was it necessary for you to go to the lower star field? Seriously, have you kept any woman there? What nonsense." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "The war between the great worlds is still ongoing. Why would I be in the mood to flirt with other women? Moreover, I already have enough wives." Yang Yan snorted. "Who knows? There's a saying that a man's wife is inferior to his lover, and women he can't get are deathly attractive to him. How would I know what's on your mind?" Xianxia didn't want to dwell on it, so he changed the topic by saying, "I did indeed come across an acquaintance in the star field." "Guess who that person was?" "Your lover," Yang Yan directly replied. "Wu Kuang." "What?" Yang Yan exclaimed out loud before quickly covering her mouth with her hands. She accidentally shouted because she was shocked, so presently everyone in the hall was staring at her. Xianxia hurriedly straightened his face and pretended to look at her doubtfully as well. A quick-thinking Yang Yan immediately pointed at the sand table and asked, "This note is very important. Shouldn't we get some people to keep watch on this spot?" Li Wui shook his head. "There's no need. This is basically a death trap. If the demons get into it, they'll never be able to come out alive. In other words, this node is deliberately emptied to lure the demons to go in." Yang Yan nodded to imply that she understood him. While Li Wui went on to speak, Yang Yan secretly stuck out her tongue and waited for a moment before talking to Xianxia using her divine sense again. "You met Wu Kuang. How did you escape from his claws?" Xianxia replied with a smile, "He didn't do anything to me, so why should I flee? Moreover, Wu Kuang and Senior Hong Chen still occupy the same body, so I met them at the same time." "I see." Yang Yan nodded faintly. "Is Senior Hong Chen all right?" "He's fine for now, but I've heard some news from them. I've recorded everything down in a jade slip. Please help me pass it to Senior Iron Blood. Why don't you give it to him yourself? I've just arrived at this place, so I'm very busy." It's decided, then. More than 10 years ago, he had used his space beacon in an attempt to appear beside Zhan Wuhen, but he was sent into a pit of demons in the end, which was why he wouldn't want to see Iron Blood again if possible. I can pass the jade slip to him, but what do I get in return? I have nothing precious with me. Why don't you consider accepting me to be your lover? Haha, come to my room tonight then. I'll be waiting for you. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. The discussion went on for half a day in the hall before everyone left. Prior to that, Bing Yun nodded her head and flashed a smile at Xianxia, who responded with a nod as well. After everyone was gone, Li Wui took a seat on a chair. Then a maidservant came over and served him a cup of tea. Upon taking a sip, he asked, "Have you settled the problem?" Xianxia sat down beside him as they were separated by a table. Then he replied, "Yes, it's settled." "Very good. A relieved Li Wui took a few more sips and put down the cup. You've listened to our discussion, right? Yang Kai tried to recall everything Li Wui had told the army commanders. Then he asked, "We have to prepare the formation first before we can open the Two Worlds passage, right?" He thought that as soon as he arrived at this place, they could reopen the passage and storm into the demon realm, but it turned out to be different from what he had expected. They had another arrangement, so they still had to wait. Li Wui tapped the armrest and replied, "The demons are all fierce warriors, so we don't have any advantage in frontal conflict with them. Basically, we're on the weaker side in terms of the number of people we have. If we recklessly open up the passage and storm into the demon realm, we'll end up in a miserable state. It can even be said that if we really do that, all of our 55 armies will be defeated." Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. He was the only one from the star boundary who had been to the demon realm, so he knew that the demons were truly powerful and that they possessed immense heritage. That was why he understood that Li Wuyi's statement wasn't an exaggeration. The war in the star boundary has been ongoing for the past dozen years. Fortunately, we've managed to root out the internal enemies. The remaining demons in the star boundary were either killed or subdued by Changtian and the others. Demon Heavenly Dao was devastated as well. A few years ago, Qin Yi was injured by Senior Iron Blood and he has gone into hiding since then. However, for the past 10 years or so, it was also a buffer time for the demons. It has been a long time since the Two Worlds passage was sealed off, so no one knows what has been going on in the demon realm. Li Wuyi shook his head with a smile. Maybe after we reopen the passage, we'll realize that the demons have also fully prepared as they await us to fall into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. So, we cannot storm into the demon realm immediately. At the very least, we cannot recklessly do it. Li Wuyi rose from the chair with his hands behind his back and shuffled towards the center of the hall. Then he turned to look at Yang Kai. "You know what the passage is like. The entrance is very narrow, so only a limited number of people can pass through it at any given time. If we just charge over without any preparation, we'll suffer a loss, and the reverse is true as well. Therefore, we plan to arrange a formation around the passage and wait for the armies to familiarize with one another before we open the gates. When the demons come over, we'll be able to deal a heavy blow to them." Yang Kai nodded. "The demon realm is falling apart, so they're more anxious than we are. If they realize that the passage is open, they'll send some people over. It'll be useless if there's only a small number. But if there are many of them, we can kill them all in one fell swoop." Li Wuyi grinned. "That's right. They're the ones who are supposed to be anxious. We just have to set up an impenetrable defense around the passage. As long as the line is intact, we can make any move at any moment as we please. When we gain the upper hand one day, it won't be too late for us to strike back." After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "That will take a long time. Perhaps we'll need several dozen or even over 100 years to achieve this. As long as we can ensure the star boundary's safety, any sacrifice is worth it." "Understood." Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fists. "The 61st Army has arrived on the battlefield. So if there is anything you need us to do, inform me straight away." Li Wuyi nodded. "The other armies will assist in building up the formation, so you don't have to worry about it. However, that doesn't mean that your army has nothing to do. After the passage is opened, your army will have to face the demons head-on. During this period of time, I'll arrange a place for your army to stay, and then you just have to have them practice some military formations. The war between opposing armies is unlike a fight between two people. With so many people around, powerful cultivation isn't the key to winning the battle anymore. Fortunately, even though your army has just been established, there are many veterans in your team. Just tell Yao Si to help you with it, and he'll know what to do." "Understood," Yang Kai said. Following that, Li Wuyi led him to the huge sand table and drew a circle on a particular spot. With this spot as the center, a radius of 1,000 kilometers is where the 61st Army will be stationed. You'll handle the affairs in your army on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can look for the other commanders or come here to ask me." A moment later, Yang Kai stepped out of the hall and identified the direction before shooting into the sky. After 1 hour, he appeared in the sky above a desolate desert in the Western Territory. Looking down, he could still see some traces of the dilapidated Two Worlds passage. It was supposed to be the connecting point between the demon realm and the star boundary, as well as the place where the demons had gathered together in the past. However, since Xianxia returned more than 10 years ago and sealed off the passage, this place had slowly become desolate. Even though there wasn't anyone around now, everyone from the star boundary knew that if the demons struck again one day, they would still come over through this place. Therefore, with the location of the passage as the center, those from Seven Mists Sea had begun arranging a grand array and formation around it. All 55 armies had surrounded this barren place as they waited for the demons to pass through the passage and fall into their trap. Looking around, Xianxia realized that a few thousand kilometers around the place, a lot of tents had been set up and many people could be seen moving around. Apparently, they were the armies that had been stationed here. The bases of such a scale could be seen every couple thousand kilometers apart as they formed a gigantic circle around the passage. While he was still observing, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the base on his right and flew towards him. The dazzling light broke through the air and reached Xianxia in just over 10 breaths' time, after which an elderly man's figure was revealed. Xianxia put on a smile and cupped his fists, Senior Fu. The elderly man was none other than the army commander of the 53rd Army, Fu Rinjie, whom Xianxia had come across in the Hall of Seven Mists Sea some time ago. Initially, he was very stern with Xianxia, so it was interesting that he became friendly to the young man in the end. Fu Rinjie guffawed. I've always wondered why this place was empty and no army was stationed here. It seems that Supreme Commander Li reserved this place for you. Xianxia took a look in the direction where the elderly man came from. Then he arched his brow. Is the 53rd Army's base over there? That's right. Fu Rinjie appeared jolly. It seems that we'll be neighbors from now on. Then, he suddenly cupped his fists. Please take care of me in the future. I wouldn't dare to. Xianxia quickly saluted him back. I'm still a junior in this place, so I am the one who will need you to take care of me. I know nothing about war affairs after all. Fu Rinjie laughed. That doesn't matter because Yao Si is an expert in this field. Otherwise, what's the point of you snatching him from me at all costs? Hearing that, Xianxia put on a helpless smile and turned to look in a different direction. Senior Fu, do you know whose base is there? Fu Rinjie replied solemnly. Song Mo's. Xianxia became startled at that. But before he could come to his senses, Fu Rinjie chuckled, I'm just pulling your leg. I enjoy a good prank between friends. Please don't mind it. Supreme Commander Li is aware that you're on bad terms with Song Mo, so he wouldn't make the two of you become neighbors. Song Mo's 18th Army is across from this place, which is very far from your base. At that, Xianxia rubbed his nose and smirked. Is it that obvious? Fu Rinjie said, I don't know what the grudges are between you and Song Mo, but I'm not blind, so it's apparent to me that the two of you are on bad terms. I'm not fond of him either because of his arrogant attitude. If there are really grudges between you two, you have to be wary of him. Xianxia put on a smile without replying to him. Soon, Fu Rinjie changed the topic by saying, We're now facing the Two Worlds Passage. So on your left, this old master's army. On your right, it's the 35th Army. I'm sure you're familiar with their commander. Senior Bing Yun? Xianxia became elated upon hearing that, then he turned to look at his right side. It seemed that Li Wuyi was willing to look after him as one of his neighbors was his close friend. And the other was an elderly man that was easy to get along with. When war broke out in the future, they would be able to cooperate smoothly. Fu Rinjie replied with a smile, that's right. He tooted, speaking of which, even though the 35th Army consists of mostly women, they've killed more demons than most men. It seems that Bing Yun is an outstanding leader. Then he arched his brow, Brother Yang, since you're already here, where's your army? I've always heard that there are many top cultivators in your army, but I've never had the chance to meet them. Can you let me see them? I'm quite eager. Xianxia replied with a smile, sure. Please help me examine them. After he finished speaking, he summoned the sealed world bead and performed a hand seal. As the bead shot forward, Xianxia quickly pushed his divine sense. In an instant, the void seemed to be trembling as a layer of ripples spread around. As the ripples expanded, the imposing figures of the soldiers who were hidden in the bead earlier were revealed. The soldiers retained the formations they were in before Gun devoured them. All 10 divisions were in 10 different formations. At that instant, 300,000 plus people seemed to have descended from the heavens as murderous intent swirled around them. That wasn't the end of it though, as Fu Ling shot out from the crowd and stood behind Yang Kai. As she swung her hand, the kilometer-long blood-colored flag expanded and filled the sky. It was as though blood was dripping from the sky. 300,000 people cupped their fists and called out in unison, "Sir." The sound wave spread across the land, and even the world seemed to have paled. Fu Rinjie's brow rose as he darted his gaze between his own army, which was a few thousand kilometers away, and the 61st Army. His gaze filled with envy. In fact, the 53rd Army wasn't weak. All 54 armies had killed countless demons to reach where they were. That was what Fu Rinjie thought in the past at least. However, when comparing the grandeur of Yang Kai's army to that of his own, he felt like he was a king who had only occupied a hill. His army paled in front of Yang Kai's. Then he took a look at Yao Si and felt disgruntled. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that the elderly man must be frustrated. So he decided to stop showing off and quickly announced, "With this place as the center, we'll be stationed in a radius of 1,000 kilometers around this area. All division commanders, divide the territories on your own and begin setting up camp." Yes. After all of them received the order, they hurriedly got to work. Fu Rinjie took a deep breath and praised the young man. "Good, good, good. The 61st Army is like a tiger that has left the mountain or a flood dragon that has plunged into the ocean. You'll make a name for yourself one day. Senior Fu is too polite." Fu Rinjie stared at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand and arched his brow. "I've always heard that Brother Yang has a storage artifact that can keep living creatures inside, but I haven't had the chance to see it before. I think this must be that artifact, right?" And Yang Kai's chest tightened as he subconsciously gripped his sealed world bead, thinking that the elderly man might want to snatch his treasure. Even though it hadn't been a long time since they first met, Yang Kai knew that the old man was an easygoing and open-minded person. However, this kind of person also tended to be unabashed, which was why Yang Kai had to be cautious. "This is the sealed world bead, which was given to me by Senior Yang Yen in the past. Even though this item is profound, it can only be used by those who have cultivated space principles. It's useless to anyone else." When Fu Rinjie heard that, his gaze dimmed in an instant. This old man seriously wanted to snatch my treasure. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. Undeterred though, Fu Rinjie smacked his lips and said, "Brother Yang is a master in the Tao of space, so could you modify it and make it accessible to those who haven't cultivated that esoteric Tao? Take the space beacon as an example. It also has something to do with space principles, but it's widely used in the military now. How far was it between the Third Order Tao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm? If one was enlightened, the distance was as thin as a piece of window paper. If one wasn't enlightened, it was the distance between the heavens and earth. This rule applied to everything in this world, including the fact that the sealed world bead was able to keep living creatures within it." Fu Rinjie went on to say, "Brother Yang, this is what this old master was thinking. This is indeed a rare treasure, but it would be immensely useful if it could be widely adopted in the military. Think about it. Let's say this old master is having a one-on-one fight with a formidable enemy and things have come to a deadlock. How will the enemy react if I'm suddenly able to summon some people to help me? How will things turn out to be? Also, have you ever thought that this thing is useful for moving the soldiers around? For example, you've come all the way from the Northern Territory on your own, and the time you've taken is significantly less than if you had to march here with all 300,000 of your people. On the battlefield, moving soldiers around is always a troublesome issue, and sometimes, speed is the key to victory or defeat, which is a problem that causes many a great deal of headache. If we had a treasure like your sealed world bead though, heh. Yang Kai's gaze brightened as he nodded. "I understand what you mean, Senior Fu. Perhaps I can try to create something like the sealed world bead." If Fu Rinjie had told him this before he was able to refine worlds, such an idea wouldn't even need to be considered. However, after more than 10 years of cultivation and comprehension, Yang Kai was greatly inspired upon hearing what Fu Rinjie had said. The sealed world bead was also created by a senior cultivator, and since someone else had done it before, Yang Kai also stood a chance of achieving the same result. Moreover, he had practiced refining worlds for more than 10 years. He wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely succeed, but he was 60 to 70% confident that he would be able to do it. Fu Renjie's eyes radiated a sharp glow when he heard that and encouraged, "Brother Yang, can you do it?" "I'll give it a try." Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and grinned. "Then this old man will shamelessly make a deal with you first then. If you're really able to create such a thing, you must give one to me. And if I succeed, Senior Fu will definitely receive one." Fu Renjie guffawed and clapped the young man's shoulder. "If there's anything you need in the future, just call out to me at any moment." "Many thanks, Senior Fu." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Fu Renjie waved his hand. "We will spend a lot of time together from now on, so both armies should frequently get in touch with one another. You've just arrived at this place, so I'm sure you're swamped with work. I'll stop bothering you now, and we'll meet again soon." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll see you off then, Senior Fu." After Fu Renjie was gone, Yao Si approached Yang Kai and asked him where the commander's tent should be constructed. He had selected 3 decent places for Yang Kai to choose from. Yang Kai wasn't fastidious about it, so he just told Yao Si to make the decision on his behalf. Then he went on to get busy along with the other soldiers. Just like what Li Wui had said, even though the 61st Army had just been established, there were many veterans in its ranks. Some newcomers knew nothing about military affairs, but under the guidance of the veterans, they soon became familiarized with everything as they went on to work until the middle of the night. The base stretched about 800 kilometers and the tents were crisscrossed. There were so many people that one wouldn't be able to see from one end to the other. The commander's tent was put up in the center of the camp, which made it very conspicuous. The tent was divided into the inner room and the outer room. The inner room was where Yang Kai would rest, and it was equipped with basic necessities. The outer room was where the military leaders would hold meetings, so it was quite spacious. There was a drum that was made from leather outside the tent. It was made using a secret technique, so the sound of the drum was able to transmit over 1,000 kilometers, which ensured that everyone in the 61st Army could hear it. Nanmen Dejun had tagged along this time, and he and other array masters had arranged a number of arrays outside the commander's tent. Yao Si had arranged for some people to patrol around the base as well. Before the demons even appeared, the camp was already filled with murderous intent. Presently, Yang Kai was seated in the outer room of his tent. Just then, an alluring figure stepped into the tent, and a fragrant scent exuded from her body. She was none other than Su Yan. While Yang Kai put on a smile, she remained solemn and cupped her fists. "Sir," coughing to adjust his bearing, he asked, "What's wrong?" His own wife had suddenly become strict and formal with him, so he wasn't used to it. However, there were other people in the tent, so he couldn't exactly behave in a casual manner. Su Yan continued, "I've heard that the 3050 Army is stationed on our right flank. I've not met my honored master for years now and would like to pay her a visit. Please grant me permission, sir." Upon learning her intention, Yang Kai got up and said, "Let's go together. I need to visit Senior Bing Yun as well." Before Bing Yun left the hall in 7 Miss C, she spoke to Yang Kai via divine sense and told him to pay her a visit after he settled in. Yang Kai wondered what she needed to tell him and already had the intention to go over to Bing Yun's place. Since Su Yan also had the same intention, naturally they had to go there together. After a nod, Su Yan followed Yang Kai out of the tent. Upon identifying the direction, they shot into the sky. Just a moment later, they were already 1,000 kilometers away from the 61st Army's base. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to approach him before taking her hand. An embarrassed Su Yan looked around as though she was doing something scandalous. Seeing that no one else was around, she set her mind at ease and shot Yang Kai a glare, but she still let him do as he pleased. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would go completely overboard by pulling her into his embrace. With her face reddening, she pressed her palms against her man's chest in an attempt to widen their gap as she demanded in a small voice, "Don't do this." No one else is around. A shameless Yang Kai further extended his claws toward her. "We can't do this even if no one else is around." Then Su Yan forcefully pinched his arm. While he cringed in pain, she quickly struggled out of his grip and pressed her lips together. "We sisters have come to an agreement to not indulge in private affairs while on military duty. Be it in public or in private, we'll not get too close to you." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Why am I not aware of this? When did you all make such a decision?" Su Yan covered her mouth and giggled. It was the night before we embarked. Who proposed it? This is outrageous. Xianxia appeared fierce as his eyes were filled with ferocity. You don't have to know who proposed it. You are the army commander of the 61st Army now, so you have to become the role model for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and everyone is watching your every move. If you don't behave like an army commander and indulge in lust and debauchery, the others will follow your example, and discipline will collapse. The junior brothers? Junior brothers. Xianxia shot her a glare. An embarrassed Su Yan quickly minced her words. Husband, just hold it in for now. Your patience will be rewarded greatly once all this is over. When will that day come? Xianxia's expression darkened as he had a bad premonition. Su Yan replied in a hushed voice, after the two great worlds' war ends. Xianxia chuckled, all of you are truly my good wives, also concerned about my honor and image. Truly I am moved. Su Yan pinched his arm even harder this time as she muttered, don't be mad at us. You know we're doing this for your own good. A dejected Xianxia let out a long sigh as he nodded. Fine. I'll act disciplined. Are you happy now? He secretly sneered as he decided to ignore this collective decision that was unjustly made when he wasn't around. A gratified Su Yan nodded her head. We'll make it up to you in the future. An elated Xianxia pulled her into his embrace again. How are you going to make it up to me? Hearing that, Su Yan started blushing and fell silent. Xianxia chuckled and abruptly asked, So, who proposed this? I won't tell you. Su Yan shook her head as her long hair tickled the man's face. It must be Zhu Qing. I knew it was her. Only she would make this kind of proposal. I'll make sure to discipline her later, Xianxia said through clenched teeth with a ferocious expression. It wasn't her, and stop asking. Su Yan was torn between tears and laughter as she thought that she must stick close to Zhu Qing when they returned so that Xianxia wouldn't have a chance to make a move on her. The distance of a couple thousand kilometers wasn't very far, but with Xianxia and Su Yan not rushing, it took them a stick of incense to reach their destination, which was another expansive base that was brightly lit. After they landed on the ground outside the base, someone immediately came forward and bellowed, Who goes there? No one shall enter the 35th Army's base without permission. Right after she finished speaking, a figure dashed out of the base and raised her hand. Don't be rude to them. The person took a few steps forward and saluted Xianxia in an elegant manner. Greetings, Senior Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu? Xianxia flashed a smile at her. We haven't met in years and you've already reached the Emperor realm. And your aptitude is truly outstanding. Congratulations. Xianxia was familiar with this woman. She was the one who had fallen into the hands of Blue Feather sect in the past alongside him. Her name was Lu Xianyun, and she originally came from Grand Desolation Starfield. When she was taken in as Bing Yun's disciple, she was already in the Dao Source realm, and after many years, she had become an emperor as well. Upon that realization, Xianxia felt gratified. Nothing made him happier than seeing his old friends becoming stronger day by day. Lu Xianyun flashed a sweet smile at him. Well, I'm no match for little junior sister. She was the last one to join our sect, but she also has the best aptitude. Our honored master always praises her. The little junior sister she was talking about was naturally Su Yan. Junior sister Lu, why are you here? Xianxia stared at her. Lu Xianyun replied, Honored master has ordered me to wait for you here, sir. All of a sudden, she changed the way she addressed Xianxia. It wasn't that she wanted to distance herself from him, but rather that there were rules to obey in the military. It was inappropriate for them to keep calling one another senior brother and junior sister when formal matters were being discussed. Then, she stepped to the side and said, Sir, this way please. Xianxia nodded, and they headed straight to the commander's tent, after which Lu Xianyun stopped in her tracks and turned around. Sir, please wait a moment. I will inform honored master about your visit. Xianxia had nothing else to say and was completely at ease as he waited outside with Su Yan. A moment later, Lu Xianyun walked out of the tent with an awkward expression. Honored master isn't here at the moment. Sir, please come with me. Xianxia replied. Is Senior Bing Yun attending to some important matters? In that case, I don't mind waiting for her here. Lu Xianyun shook her head. I don't know. Honored master has left a message and told me to bring you to meet her somewhere else. Xianxia nodded and followed her as he examined the soldiers in the 35th Army. Whenever the soldiers passed by Yang Kai and the others, they would stop and salute them. Just a short while later, they reached another tent. There was a spirit array around the tent, so no one could detect what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyun had arrived at this place, it suggested that Bing Yun must be inside. After stopping in her tracks, Lu Xianyun cupped her fists. Honored Master, Sir Yang of the 61st Army has come to visit you. Bing Yun replied from inside. Come in. Lu Xianyun lifted the door curtain before flashing a smile at Yang Kai and Su Yan. Please. Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking smilingly at him. Just when he wanted to salute her, he felt someone else staring at him. Turning his head, he was met with a pair of clear eyes. Besides Bing Yun, Ji Yao was also inside the tent. Judging from the decor inside the tent, Yang Kai reckoned that it was actually the latter's. Ji Yao was a division commander in the 35th Army, so as a person in authority, she had the right to have a private space. However, Yang Kai wondered why Bing Yun wanted to meet him here. Greetings, senior. Yang Kai pulled himself together and cupped his fists. Behind him, Su Yan also saluted. Disciple greets honored master. Bing Yun put on a smile and raised her hand. Stand up. Both of you are not outsiders, so you don't have to be overly formal with me. Yang Kai straightened his back and took a look at Ji Yao, who was standing beside Bing Yun. Then, he said with a smile, Junior Sister Yao, we haven't met in ages, but you're still as charming as ever. Ji Yao hung her head low and saluted him in an elegant manner. Greetings, senior brother. Her soft voice was trembling slightly, almost imperceptibly so. Have a seat. Bing Yun pointed at a chair on the side and made a gesture. A horrified Yang Kai said, Senior, I wouldn't dare sit before senior. I'll stand. Bing Yun shot him a glare. Stop calling me senior. Both of us are army commanders, so we are equals. I might need your help on the battlefield in the future. Must you be so formal with me? Since she had said so, Yang Kai gave it a thought and stopped insisting before he took a seat. It was then Bing Yun said with a smile, very good. Besides the fact that both of our sects are supposed to help one another out, my treasured disciple is deeply in love with you, so we're practically family, therefore you mustn't be too stiff with me again. A guilty Yang Kai bowed his head as his forehead was drenched in sweat. Bing Yun suddenly changed the topic by saying, Supreme Commander Li told me that you had been staying in the lower star field for more than 10 years. Is everything there all right? Yang Kai replied, Everything's fine. Nothing serious has happened to the star field. That's good. Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai thought that she had an important issue to discuss with him, but he hadn't expected that after they were seated. Bing Yun only made small talk with him. Despite that, he would still answer every question she asked. Bing Yun had been an army commander for years while Yang Kai was still a novice in this regard, so he had a lot of questions to ask her. Bing Yun unreservedly shared with him her experience of leading the army and fighting against the demons over the years. Yang Kai listened attentively as this was all useful information. While they were having a chat, Su Yan and Ji Yao were secretly communicating with one another using divine sense. From time to time, they would cover their mouths and laugh. Yang Kai wondered what they were talking about that made them so happy. 1 hour later, while Bing Yun was enjoying her tea, Su Yan suddenly said, Honored Master, when I cultivated recently, I felt my Emperor Qi become slightly blocked as it passed through my dantian. Could there be something wrong? Hearing this, Bing Yun turned to look at her, which caused her to start flushing and hang her head low. Bing Yun put on a gentle smile as she said, Come with me. I'll check your condition. Yes. Su Yan replied respectfully and followed her out of the tent. After they were gone, Yang Kai frowned and turned to Ji Yao. Junior Sister Yao, has Su Yan come across any problems with her cultivation recently? It was no laughing matter when one faced an issue while cultivating. Even if it wasn't so severe, an unsteady circulation of a cultivator's Emperor Qi could cause damage to one's own meridians. In the worst case, one could suffer from cultivation dissonance and have all his cultivation destroyed. That was the reason he was flustered and worried. Why has she never mentioned anything about this to me before? Ji Yao, however, just rolled her eyes at him and started walking away. A baffled Yang Kai called out to her again, but she ignored him and stepped into the inner room before drawing the beaded curtain. Yang Kai was flustered as he wanted to step out of the tent to find out what was going on. However, this had something to do with the Ice Heart Valley's secret art, so he couldn't act so rudely. After pacing around in the tent for a while, he suddenly arched his brow and realized that something was off. As his eyes darted around, his breathing also became heavy. Supposedly, if Su Yan had come across any trouble in her cultivation, she would have told him about it. Furthermore, it wasn't necessary for Bing Yun to be wary of him, as she even took Su Yan away. All the clues suggested that something was off. At the thought of this, Yang Kai walked up to the entrance and stuck out his head, only to see that no one was around. Even the cultivators who were supposed to be guarding the tent had gone missing as well. No one could be seen patrolling around the area either. Retracting his head, he scratched his nose and furtively looked around as though he was going to do something terrible. Somehow composing himself, he then folded his hands behind his back, walked up to the beaded curtain, and coughed into his fist, "Junior Sister Yao." She didn't reply to him, but he could feel that her breathing had become more rapid. "Can I come in?" Yang Kai asked again. Still, she didn't respond to him, and only after a long silence did Ji Yao say in a low voice, "Is anyone stopping you?" There was a tinge of grievance and frustration in her voice. Yang Kai grinned and pulled the beaded curtain apart. The inner room he had just stepped into was supposed to be the place where Ji Yao rested, but there were no intricate decorations that were commonly found in a woman's room. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were mostly impassive, and they were not fastidious about living facilities. Therefore, Ji Yao's room was pretty minimalistic. Only the pink curtains that were hung around her bed added a sense of liveliness to her room. At this moment, Ji Yao was seated beside her bed as she looked away from Yang Kai. With her head hung low, like an unmoving sculpture, the candlelight flickered and dyed her alluring face red. Yang Kai gulped as he joyfully stepped forward. His behavior was that of a licentious man who was sneaking into a widow's room in the middle of the night. After taking a seat beside Ji Yao, he directly took her hand. Ji Yu squirmed out of his grip and turned around to face away from him. Yang Kai chuckled and clenched her shoulders. "What's wrong? Are you mad? Tell me who has offended you." After a sigh, she replied gently, "I'm too ashamed to face anyone." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled by what she had said. "Why are you ashamed to face anyone?" After a sigh, she turned around and looked into the man's eyes. Then she said helplessly, "Why do you think my honored master has asked you to come over but decided to meet you in my tent? Do you seriously believe that little junior sister is facing any problem in her cultivation that requires our honored master's help?" Yang Kai was already aware of it, but he still pretended he had no clue as he replied in shock, "You mean?" A blushing Ji Yao explained. "The reason honored master asked you to meet her here and little junior sister has come up with such a bad excuse to leave with honored master is that they want us to have some time alone." Yang Kai widened his eyes. "They found out about it?" Ji Yao covered her face. "I really don't have the courage to face little junior sister anymore. What should I do?" Torn between tears and laughter, Yang Kai extended his hands and pulled her hands away. Then he consoled her by saying, "That doesn't really matter. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yan have found out about it, we don't have to keep it a secret anymore." "No." Ji Yao shook her head as her hair flapped in the air. "It wouldn't have mattered if she wasn't my little junior sister. However, the fact is that she is my little junior sister. If word gets out that I, as a senior sister, have snatched her man, what will others think of me? What should we do then? They've already found out." Ji Yao bit her lip as her gaze was filled with hesitation. A moment later, she stared at the man and said sorrowfully, "We mustn't meet in private again. This is the last time." Yang Kai batted his eyes, but before he could say anything, she leaned close to him as her cold lips came into contact with his. It was just a peck, and before he could have a taste of her softness, she straightened up and demanded in a shaking voice, "Leave!" Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't leave and instead forcefully pulled her into his embrace. While she parted her lips and exclaimed, he lowered himself and locked lips with her. At that instant, she was engulfed in desire as her heart pounded against her chest. On her bed, the two aroused figures intertwined with one another. Initially, Ji Yao attempted to resist. However, after just 5 breaths, she began moaning as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck. As their clothes became a mess, Xianxia realized that she didn't turn him down this time. In the past, whenever he tried to disrobe her, she would hold firmly onto her clothes. However, this time, her resistance was minimal. A motivated Xianxia became even more fervent. While they were deep in the moment though, Xianxia suddenly stopped what he was doing and widened his eyes. Following that, he grabbed the quilt from the side and covered the disheveled woman with it. Then he turned his head to look in a particular direction. With a reddened face, Zhiyao panted and asked, "What happened?" Right after she finished asking, she realized that something was off as there seemed to be one more person in the room. Thinking back, she recalled detecting an unusual energy fluctuation just now. A shocked Zhiyao looked in the same direction and saw a curvy figure standing beside the bed. The figure pulled the pink curtains open and fell into a dazed state as she appeared astounded. It seemed that she hadn't expected to see this sight, so she had become rooted to the spot. "Yuru Meng." Zhiyao frowned as she recognized her at first glance. At the same time, she figured out how the other woman appeared here all of a sudden. Yuru Meng must have activated the space beacon connected to Xianxia's own to directly appear in this room. Xianxia's brow twitched before he burst into laughter. "Ru Meng, what are you doing here? Nothing in this world could be more embarrassing than this." Presently, Xianxia had trapped Zhiyao under his vicious claws, so he wasn't even sure whether he should get up. Even though Yuru Meng was a woman close to him, he still felt ashamed that she walked in on him during such a moment. I am just here to visit you," Yuru Meng replied. "I could sense that you were nearby, so..." With the heart seal's secret technique connecting both of them, Yuru Meng already realized it as soon as Xianxia arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory. However, it wasn't convenient for her to set out right away to meet him. Furthermore, Xianxia had just arrived at this place, so she figured he must have been swamped with work, which was why she thought that she would look for him at night. However, she hadn't expected that after she activated the space beacon, she would appear in a woman's room. Soon, she came to the realization that these two should be the ones who were anxious instead, as their affair had been exposed. Why should she be flustered? As such, she sneered, "What a surprise this is." Haha. She wouldn't have been stunned if the one on the bed was Su Yan, Xianing Chong, or any woman that was Yang Kai's wife. However, presently, the woman being pressed under Yang Kai was Ji Yao, someone she was still familiar with. "Well, Yang Kai scratched his head for a long time but still couldn't come up with any excuse. Yuru Meng darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Ji Yao before she scoffed. "Why haven't you even taken off your clothes after such a long time? You're so useless. Do you need my help?" What do you mean?" Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After shooting a glance at Ji Yao, Yuru Meng put on a smile. It's apparent that she hasn't even lost her primordial yin. She's still an innocent little lamb. Since it's her first time, she might not be too comfortable with it. I can take care of her on the side and share my experience with her. Yang Kai coughed. "Stop messing with us." He felt diffident as he wasn't sure whether she was mad at him or amused. Yuru Meng pursed her lips. "Just bet her if you want to. What are you afraid of? Have I ever tried to settle grudges with you for having so many women? I don't mind sharing my man with one more." Then she started giggling as a seductive glow radiated from her eyes. "Why don't we give this new sister a demonstration so she can learn from us?" Right after she finished speaking, she took action by climbing onto the bed and then on top of her man, her figure radiating an astonishing allure. While Yang Kai was stunned, Jiao couldn't take it anymore as she leapt off the bed from the other side and bit her lip. Why you two have a nice chat? I'll wait outside." After she ran away in embarrassment, she heard Ru Meng giggling charmingly behind her. When Ji Yao was out of sight, Ru Meng looked down at her man with a meaningful grin on her face. As she gently stroked Yang Kai's chest with her soft fingers, he felt a slightly ticklish sensation. After a gulp, he said, "This is inappropriate. After all, this is Ji Yao's room, so we probably shouldn't do anything in her place. Why don't we go to a different place? Don't you think it's more exciting this way?" Ru Meng lowered herself and whispered, her gaze seemingly able to suck his soul from his body. Yang Kai shook his head, and then he quickly nodded. As her fair hand roamed around the man's chest, his clothes were slowly taken off. Ru Meng breathed heavily as she puffed some breath into the man's ear and murmured at the same time. Her voice almost sounded like sleep talking. "When did you hook up with her?" "It hasn't been long." Yang Kai extended his hands and clenched her slender waist. Yu Meng slapped away his greedy hand, as though she wanted to dominate everything today. With a gentle smile, she said, "It's no wonder people always say that a man's wife is inferior to his lover. So, she's the kind of woman you love." "That isn't true." Yang Kai quickly denied it. At the same time, his blood was boiling. Initially, Su Yan and the others messaged me and said that they wanted to cooperate with me regarding a certain issue. I ignored them at first, but now it seems that, hee. A stunned Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean that they want to cooperate with you?" "Actually, wait. Have you been in contact with them?" Yu Meng replied with a smile. "They're all your women. Of course I have to get to know them better. When you weren't around over the past 10 years, while we could only meet a few times, we frequently contacted one another through messages. They were all very sweet to me. It's just that there are too many of them. With that said, you're a strong, virile man with many tricks up your sleeves. So I'm sure you won't make any of us feel lonely. What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked again as he had an ominous premonition. Yu Meng giggled sweetly. "What else could it be? They said that since we're now going to war, as an army commander, you should act as a role model and must not indulge in carnal affairs." Yang Kai gulped hard. Have you agreed to it?" "Why would I agree to it?" Yu Meng snorted. "No one can dictate to this queen what to do." "You're right." "And very right. You must reject them." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yu Meng kept a faint smile on her face. "Naturally, that is what I intended to do, but now..." All of a sudden, she forcefully pinched the man's waist, which caused him to yelp in pain as his face contorted. "I believe I should stand together with my sisters. In any case, you'll find another woman to satisfy yourself when you want. So you don't really need us to serve you, do you?" Upon hearing his cry, a shocked Ji Yao asked worriedly from outside, What happened?" Yu Meng swiftly covered his mouth to stop him from replying as she spoke through a series of breathless moans. And nothing." In an instant, the woman outside the room fell silent. A moment later, Yu Meng rolled out of the bed and snorted, "Little bastard." Before Yang Kai could even speak, she shuffled forward, but she soon thought of something. Then she messed up her hair and wrinkled her clothes. Following that, she pulled the beaded curtain apart and stepped into the outer room. Ji Yao widened her eyes as she stared at the other woman in shock. Presently, Yu Meng's face radiated a pinkish glow, and her gaze seemed to have been filled with softness, like a flower that had just been watered. With a sweet smile, she said, "He's all yours now." Then, she elegantly left the tent and shot into the sky. After Ji Yao took a look outside, she shifted her attention to the inner room. With a frown, she hesitated for a long time. Worried about the man, she stepped inside and raised her head only to see the man lying on the bed with a hollow, listless gaze. It was as though all his life force had been sucked out of him. In an instant, her eyes turned bloodshot as she walked over and hoisted his figure. Heartbroken, she asked, "What happened? What did she do to you?" Yang Kai shot her a look and heaved a sigh. It was far too embarrassing for him to admit the truth. There was no way he would tell her that he had become dejected exactly because Yu Meng hadn't done anything to him. It was supposed to be a night of passion, but after Yu Meng messed everything up, he was no longer in the mood to do anything. Thus, he got off the bed and put on his clothes. A moment later, Yang Kai and Ji Yao stepped out of the tent. Su Yan was already waiting outside the tent. Seeing them, she asked with a frown, "Was Meng here? Did you see her?" Yang Kai blushed. Su Yan replied, "Honored Master told me that she sensed Meng's aura." "What was she doing here?" She looked worriedly at Ji Yao. She wanted to ask whether Yu Meng had disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Yang Kai was humming and hawing for a while, but he couldn't tell her what had happened, so they decided to leave together while Ji Yao saw them off. Upon reaching the 61st Army's base, Su Yan returned to the Heavenly Phoenix Division while Yang Kai went back to the commander's tent on his own. Yao Si came over to report that the camp had been fully set up, and he needed Yang Kai to come up with a plan for future training. This was a serious matter. The 61st Army had just been established and its foundation wasn't so solid. Furthermore, they had never battled against the demons before as a group. Nevertheless, there were no enemies for them to fight with now, so they had to go through some drills and exercises on their own. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai summoned all 10 division commanders to discuss the issue regarding training. Most of the division commanders had substantial experience on the battlefield, so they had greater understanding in leading an army than Yang Kai as they expressed their own opinions. Yao Si compiled their opinions and only took the best pieces of advice. Soon, a plan was devised. Then, Yang Kai gave the order that when there was no war, the soldiers were to follow the drill schedule that had been agreed upon tonight. All the division commanders complied. When they were done with the meeting, it was already in the middle of the night. Just when Yang Kai was about to take a rest, a guard stepped into the tent and reported, "Sir, Brigade Commander Shan was worried about you, so she prepared some food." Yang Kai didn't understand who Brigade Commander Shan was at first, but he soon realized that it must be Shan Qing Luo. Elated, he raised his hand and said, "Tell her to come in." Yes. The guard received the order and left the tent. Soon, Shan Qing Luo walked into the tent in a charming manner with a box in her hand. When she reached Yang Kai, she saluted him in an elegant manner. "Sir, I'm sure you must be exhausted, which is why I've prepared some light snacks for you." Yang Kai burst into laughter. "Stop pretending. There are no outsiders now. Come over quickly. I want to know what you've prepared for me." On this day, he suffered quite a number of setbacks because of his women. First, Su Yan refused to be intimate with him, then when he was just about to sink his teeth into Ji Yao, Yu Ru Meng walked in on them. Presently, he was exhausted both mentally and physically. At this point, Shan Qing Luo was considerate as she had prepared food for him, which was why he felt moved. Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth and laughed tenderly before putting the box on the table. Then, she turned around and directly took a seat on the man's thighs. Embracing her with one arm, Yang Kai opened the box with his other hand, then furrowed his brow. "There's nothing in it." There was no food in the box as it was empty. Shan Qing Luo flashed a sweet smile at him as her plump bottom gently began rubbing against the man's thighs. At that instant, Yang Kai could feel the astonishing softness and elasticity on his thighs, as well as a rising heat. Then, she drew circles on her man's chest and said in a soft voice, "There is a snack here, but I'm not sure if it suits your taste." After she finished speaking, she stroked her own red lips and smiled bashfully. Understanding what she meant, Yang Kai immediately became alert. "Has your big sister sent you here to give me a test?" Shan Qing Luo chortled and beckoned to him, motioning for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned backwards and shook his head repeatedly. Vigilantly, he said, "If I lean in now, the others will activate their space beacons and come over to catch me in the act, right?" She laughed in exasperation as she grabbed his ears and pulled him closer to herself. Presently, her lips were practically brushing his skin as her breath exuded a pleasant scent. "I was the one who proposed that we should join forces and refrain from getting intimate with you." Just when the incensed Yang Kai wanted to teach her a lesson, he caught a glimpse of her sly smile and then he realized her true intention. "You want the full meal to yourself." Shan Qing Luo put on a smile. "So what?" An astounded Yang Kai said, "You're so brazen. If your other sisters found out about it, that's an issue I'll deal with on my own." Shan Qing Luo stuck out 2 fingers and hoisted the man's chin before puffing a breath at him. "But I don't know whether you have the guts to accompany me. If you're scared, I can leave now." Yang Kai snorted and lifted her off her feet before shuffling into the inner room. "Let's see whether the late-night snack you prepared suits my taste." Shan Qing Luo wrapped her arms around his neck and giggled happily. The 61st Army was spectacular in both quality and quantity. Of all the 55 armies in the star boundary, the 61st Army was definitely the greatest Leviathan. The other armies were totally no match for them at all. The top cultivators in the army had also added a sense of pride to Yang Kai. The next day, after they were done settling down, many army commanders, regardless of how far away they were stationed, paid them a visit, which allowed Yang Kai to get to know more people. When the army commanders observed how the soldiers were drilled, they all appeared envious as they wished to replace Yang Kai and lead this grandiose army to destroy the demon realm. The army was essentially entirely managed by Yao Si, so Yang Kai didn't really have anything to do. In the morning, he would receive the army commanders from afar and have a chat with the reclusive top masters. At night, he would enjoy the late-night snacks sent to him by Shan Qing Luo, so his life was pretty enjoyable. After a few days of hustle and bustle, things finally settled into a routine in the 61st Army Camp. The formation devised by 7 Mists Sea to surround the two worlds passage was still being set up. Moving the soldiers around and adjusting the nodes couldn't be done in just 1 or 2 days. Li Wuyi had estimated that it would be considered quick if they could finish setting up the formation in half a year. So, he had given the order that in half a year to 1 year, the passage would be reopened and they would wage war against the demons. All the soldiers in the star boundary were getting prepared for the showdown. On the other hand, Xianxia had returned to the lower star field. He was an expert in the Tao of space who had obtained the world's will and refined the starfield source, so he didn't need to go through Star Court if he wanted to return to the starfield, which was an advantage unavailable to the other starfield masters. Previously, he had spent more than 10 years trying to refine a world, and he eventually managed to separate the second region from the small sealed world and solved its crisis. This time, he wanted to create a storage artifact that was similar to the sealed world bead. He was inspired by Fu Renjie, who was right to say that such a storage artifact would be very useful for moving soldiers around and catching the enemy off guard. Xianxia now excelled in creating such storage artifacts. All the asteroids and dead stars he had refined in the past, technically, could be considered storage artifacts. When they were in his hands, he was able to keep living creatures inside them. However, a person who hadn't cultivated the Tao of space wouldn't be able to do this even if these items were in his or her possession. Hence, the problem facing Xianxia was how he could make those who hadn't cultivated space principles able to use these artifacts. With space beacons as a precedent, it wasn't so difficult to solve this problem, fortunately. Xianxia was confident that he could do it before the final battle, however, he needed some time to create such an item. Inside the core of a small dead star, he was in a state of hypnagogia. Space principles turned into invisible waves and spread around the entire dead star. Under the influence of these space principle waves, the dead star was shrinking in a strange manner. When Xianxia opened his eyes a long time later, the dead star had already turned into a bead. He grabbed the bead and examined it with a frown. After pondering on it for a while, he put it in his clothes. Half a day later, he appeared beside Su Yan in the 61st Army's base in the Western Territory. At that moment, Su Yan was meditating in her own tent with her legs crossed on her bed. Seeing Xianxia, she naturally thought that he had impure intentions, so she blushed and threatened, "Husband, it's still daytime, so you shouldn't have come here. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll call for help." "And who are you going to seek help from?" Xianxia was torn between tears and laughter, then he took her hand. "Come with me." A confused Su Yan asked, "Where are we going?" "We're going to try out something," Xianxia explained. After leaving the tent, they bumped into a team of soldiers who were patrolling. Seeing Xianxia and Su Yan leaving the tent together, the team leader immediately waved his hand and led his team to turn around. "Wait a moment," Xianxia shouted from behind. The team leader froze and slowly turned around with a miserable expression on his face. "Sir, I didn't see anything." Then, he turned to look at his subordinates. "Have you all seen anything?" All of them frantically shook their heads. A blushing Su Yan wasn't even sure whether she should explain herself. Xianxia and Su Yan walked up to them before he stuffed the bead into her hand. Then, he pointed at the team leader and said, "Send him inside it." Su Yan's gaze brightened when she saw the bead in her palm and asked, "Have you succeeded?" Before Xianxia left some time ago, he had told the other leaders in the military about his plan. Therefore, when Su Yan heard what he had just said, her thoughts naturally drifted in that direction. Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know, so I need you to give it a try." Su Yan nodded and walked up to the team leader. With the bead in her hand, she pushed her Emperor Qi as her divine sense surged and engulfed the person in front of her. The team leader trembled like a homeless quail in the winter as he pleaded with a horrified expression. "Sir, madam, please, I really didn't see anything." "Shut up!" Xianxia cut him off. The team leader immediately shut his mouth, but he was still shuddering. A moment later, Su Yan retracted her divine sense as her Emperor Qi subsided. Turning to Xianxia, she shook her head. "I couldn't." She had attempted several times, but she still couldn't keep the team leader inside the bead. "All right," Xianxia wasn't disappointed. After storing the bead, he frowned and pondered on what had gone wrong. Right then, the unmoving team leader gulped as he was very apprehensive. He wasn't even sure what repercussions he would face for walking in on Yang Kai and Su Yan. Yang Kai lifted his gaze. "Why are you still standing here?" the team leader asked in a small voice. "Sir, is there anything else you need me to do?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Nothing else. Continue patrolling." "Yes." The relieved team leader quickly saluted him and fled from the scene with his team. Yang Kai remained in the same spot for the next 3 days. During this period of time, some military leaders had come to visit. However, Su Yan knew that he must be pondering an important matter, so she told her subordinates to seal off the area. She also personally stood guard for him to make sure no one disturbed him. 3 days later, Yang Kai arched his brow and put on a jolly expression. With a grin, he stomped his foot and shot into the sky before disappearing from sight. This time, he stayed in the lower star field for a longer time than previously. The last time he went to the star field, he had stayed there for half a month. This time, he only revealed himself after 2 months. Once again, he directly appeared inside Su Yan's tent. After what had happened last time, Su Yan knew what he had been doing, so she didn't give him a telling off again. After leaving the tent, they bumped into a team of soldiers who were patrolling, and as their eyes met, the team leader's expression darkened. Why is this happening again? The last time he came across these two people, he was horrified for no reason. After 2 months, the same thing happened again. At that instant, he secretly decided that he would never patrol around this area again. Not daring to flee, he dragged himself towards them and cupped his fists. "Sir, madam." Yang Kai shot him a look and muttered, "Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Are you a High Heaven Palace's disciple?" The team leader replied respectfully, "Sir, I've always wanted to join High Heaven Palace, but have never had the luck." Yang Kai clapped his shoulder. "In the face of a crisis, you're also making a contribution by working for the 61st Army. Now, I have an important task for you that has to do with the safety of the star boundary." The astounded team leader straightened up in an instant. "Sir, please give the order. I'll do whatever I can even if I have to lose my life. It's nothing so serious. Just stay right here and don't resist." Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. "Try it now." Su Yan infused her Emperor Qi into the bead in her palm as her divine sense engulfed the team leader. The next instant, the team leader abruptly disappeared from their sight while the other soldiers traded their glances in surprise. Yang Kai guffawed and lifted Su Yan off her feet before swinging her around a few times. Su Yan exclaimed, and after Yang Kai put her down, her face was already as red as roses. The soldiers widened their eyes as they were rooted to the spot. When they came to their senses, they either looked up at the sky or looked down at the ground. "Try sending more people inside." Yang Kai waved his hand. Upon hearing that, the embarrassed Su Yan decisively pushed her Emperor Qi and sent the entire patrol team into the bead, after which she felt slightly less awkward. "Let's keep trying to ascertain where the limits are." Yang Kai led her to walk around the base. Wherever they went, the people they came across would disappear. 1 hour later, Yao Si, whose expression was solemn, stopped Yang Kai and Su Yan somewhere in the base. "Sir, something has happened. What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned as Yao Si's expression suggested that something serious had happened. Yao Si replied grimly, "I suspect that someone has snuck into our camp." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Who dares do such a thing?" After shaking his head, Yao Si looked around with vigilance. "I have no idea. But the person must be a top master, as they have taken out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making any noise. There were no signs of battles either. I've ordered the division commanders to examine the base so that we'll capture the intruder soon." "Sir, why are you looking at me like that?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. "Previously, the army commander from the 53rd Army, Senior Fu, booked this item from me. Help me pass this to him when you're free. Also, tell him that this thing requires spiritual energy to activate, so he must be careful not to exhaust himself." "N." Su Yan obediently nodded. "Then I'll carry on my own work." Yang Kai coughed and ignored Yao Si before swiftly communicating with the star field source, upon which his figure faded rapidly. Yao Si furrowed his brows. "Sir, where are you going? What about the intruder?" After shooting him a look, Su Yan heaved a sigh and tossed the bead to him. With a doubtful expression, Yao Si took it and infused his divine sense into it. The next moment, he became elated. "Has he succeeded?" In response, Su Yan nodded. "This is wonderful news. With this, the soldiers of the star boundary. Just at that moment he knitted his brows. There is no intruder, right? All the missing soldiers have been put inside this bead. Su Yan nodded. He told me to do it. Yao Si blinked a few times before he heaved a long sigh. Sometimes he found it exhausting to deal with a leader like Yang Kai. However, the birth of this storage artifact had made his frustration diminish a little. Energized again, he said, "What is this thing called?" The space inside it seems to be expansive. It should be more than enough to accommodate any entire army. Su Yan replied, "He calls it a world bead. The space inside it is indeed massive, but spiritual energy is needed for the user to put living creatures inside it. The number of people one can send in depends on how strong their soul cultivation is." World bead. Yao Si arched his brow. Is the name derived from the sealed world bead? And a suitable name indeed. Madam, given your cultivation, how many people can you send in one go without diminishing your combat capability? Su Yan replied, I have been testing it for a while now, so I estimate I can send 3,000 people in one go. Even though that would use quite a bit of my spiritual energy, it wouldn't compromise my ability to fight. 3,000, a glint flashed across Yao Si's eyes. Su Yan was only in the first-order Emperor realm, so her soul cultivation wasn't that strong yet. If she was able to store 3,000 people in one go, he certainly could do better. A first-order Emperor Realm Master was already able to achieve this much, so what about the second-order or third-order Emperor? What about the even more powerful pseudo-great Emperors? Since the power of World Bead was correlated to soul cultivation, it would be best utilized by someone with stronger cultivation. With the bead in his hand, Yao Si said, Madam, I don't think we should pass this item to Senior Fu for now. I want to try it out on more people. Sir is going to create more beads anyway, so it should be okay to give one to Senior Fu at a later time. As for Sir, I'll explain myself to him later, and I'll make sure that he won't become an untrustworthy person in others' eyes. Upon hearing that, Su Yan replied, Sir told me that when he's not around, you are to be in charge of everything. With a smile, Yao Si said, Many thanks, Madam. After the birth of the first world bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yan had made more than 70 patrol teams disappear, so even though Yu Si had given the order that no one should spread the news, it still became known to others very quickly. Soon, the 61st Army's base was filled with outsiders again as all the army commanders came to visit. Since Yang Kai wasn't around, they targeted Yao Si as they stared fixedly at the bead in his hand like starving wolves. Fu Rinjie said that Yang Kai had promised to give him the first one made, so he assertively demanded it from Yao Si. Certainly, the other army commanders wouldn't agree to it as the final battle was now drawing near. With a world bead in possession, it would be extremely useful at critical moments. In a time like this, no one would give in to Fu Rinjie. When Zishan argued that Yang Kai was an elder from Azure Sun Temple, so the first world bead should go to them, and he would keep it as a representative from the temple. Lei Hong argued that Yang Kai came from the Southern Territory and he had obtained Bright Moon Great Emperor's inheritance, so it was time he repaid the favor. At that instant, regardless of how close they were to Yang Kai, they were bickering with one another in the 61st Army's base. The short-tempered ones even rolled up their sleeves and almost got into a scuffle. Fortunately, the bead was in Yao Si's hands now, and even though his cultivation wasn't the top as he was only in the second-order Emperor realm, he was the great Emperor's son. Despite the fact that the army commanders craved the bead in his hands, they could only use persuasion. If someone else had kept the bead, it would have been forcefully taken away by now. Even Bing Yun, who was usually calm and collected, had joined the competition. She even went so far as to ask Su Yan about the world bead. After leaving the 35th Army, Su Yan felt like she had been put in a tight spot. She had contacted Yang Kai, but she hadn't gotten any reply from him. Knowing that he must be focused on creating more beads right now, she could do nothing but wait. The farce went on for half a month, and even those from 7 Miss C had found out about it. Li Wu Yi directly ordered Yao Si to send the bead to 7 Miss C so that he could examine it properly. The others had to respect the fact that Yao Si was a great emperor's son. But Li Wu Yi didn't have such a concern. Certainly, Yao Si wouldn't dare to disobey the supreme commander, so he personally delivered the bead to 7 Mist Sea. Upon his return, he swept a glare over the army commanders. They knew that since the bead had fallen into Li Wuyi's hands, they wouldn't be able to get it back. Now, they could only hope that Yang Kai could bring back more beads when he returned from the starfield. Even though the world bead was gone, the army commanders still wouldn't leave the 61st Army, and no matter how hard Yu Si tried, he was unable to chase them away, which left him quite frustrated. On the other hand, the top female cultivators had surrounded Yang Kai's wives. It was easier for women to open up to one another, and since the army commanders were not able to get any promises from Yu Si, they had shifted their attention to Yang Kai's wives in the hope that they could secure a bead. When Yang Kai, who was in the starfield, found out about this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never expected that a simple world bead would become so popular. However, after giving it some thought, he understood that a storage artifact that could keep living creatures inside had never existed before. Furthermore, the grand battle was just around the corner, which was why the army commanders were eager to get a bead for themselves. Despite the fact that he was busy, Yang Kai still messaged Yu Si and told him to pass on his word. As long as there was ample time, he would give every army commander 1 bead when he returned. Upon hearing this, the noise in the 61st Army died down as the army commanders gradually returned to their bases. It wasn't so difficult to make a world bead. After the first one, which Yang Kai had spent more time and effort on, the later ones were much easier to create. The army with the highest number of soldiers had about 1 million people, while all the others mostly had several 100,000 people. Given the cultivation of those army commanders, Yang Kai just had to create world beads that could accommodate several 100,000 to 1 million people. The larger the space inside the bead, the longer it took to create. So in order to improve his efficiency, Yang Kai didn't intend to go through the same troublesome route when he made the first one. He decided to just look for big asteroids to refine. As Yang Kai became more and more skilled at the process, he gradually reached a rate of 1 bead every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 armies in the star boundary, so if he wanted to make sure every army commander would get a bead, he was a little tight on time. As time passed, the armies around the 2 worlds' passage continued preparing for war, and the formation nodes began to take shape. Everyone knew that the time for the final showdown was just around the corner. So they seized the chance and increased their strength as quickly as possible so that they would stand a better chance of surviving until the end. One night, the dark clouds had covered the entire sky, and there wasn't a tinge of light that could be seen in the world. It was extremely quiet in all the bases as the patrol teams roamed around. The world seemed to be shaking slightly. A figure abruptly appeared in the void, as though he had always been there. His figure and face couldn't be made out as he was engulfed in a layer of mysterious darkness. Just then, the figure quietly looked up at the sky. In the demon's base that was 1,000 kilometers away, Yu Rumeng, who was meditating, opened her eyes and leapt off the bed before dashing out of her tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 other tents were pulled open, after which Chang Tian and Bei Liemo revealed themselves. Upon trading glances, Bei Liemo frowned and turned to look in the direction where the 2 worlds' passage was located. "Did you sense it?" Without saying a word, Chang Tian nodded and put his hands behind his back. His gaze penetrated space and clashed with the pair of eyes that were 1,000 kilometers away. A puzzled Yu Rumeng asked, "Why is he here? I've heard that he was injured by Iron Blood and Serene Soul. What is he doing here at this hour?" Bei Liemo chuckled. "Maybe he's looking for death?" Yu Rumeng shot her a cold look. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" Bei Liemo pressed her lips together. "Are you unhappy because your man hasn't been around recently? Why are you lashing out at me? If you need some intimacy, I'm sure I can find someone to suit your needs. Fuck off." After Yu Rumeng finished speaking, she suddenly turned to look in a different direction. Noticing something as well, Bei Liemo and Chang Tian looked in the same direction. Over there, a few beams of light that were as bright as meteors were shooting forward. All of them exuded auras that were able to shake the world. Apparently, they were the great emperors of the star boundary. The great emperors must have noticed this disturbance, which was why they immediately left 7 Mist Sea and headed to the battlefield. Even though they were far away, they took a look in the direction where the demon saints were located, to which Chang Tian nodded. As the great emperors released pressure into the surroundings, the soldiers from all 55 armies trembled. At that instant, all the bases began hustling with noise. Many cultivators stepped out of their tents and looked up at the beams of lights with admiring looks on their faces. With a whoosh, 3 beams of light broke through the air and appeared in front of all the soldiers, after which 3 figures were revealed. Even though it was in the middle of the night, the 3 figures still radiated a glow. Those who had met the great emperors before proudly introduced to the others that they were Iron Blood Great Emperor, Serene Soul Great Emperor, and Martial Beast Great Emperor. The 3 great emperors were standing alongside one another. The armies of the star boundary were behind them while they were facing a vast area of darkness which seemed able to devour everything in this world. In the 61st Army's base, Xianxia was standing in front of everyone while the division commanders were right behind him. Since Xianxia wasn't around, Xianxia was the de facto leader. After observing for a moment, Xianxia asked with a frown, "What are the great emperors doing here? But of course, why would the others know things that he didn't?" A persistent Xianxia turned to look at the other division commanders. "Have any one of you heard anything about this before?" All of them shook their heads. "That's strange." There was a doubtful look on Xiaoxi's face. Zhu Qing said, "The great emperors seem to be confronting someone." All of them were astonished as they turned to look at her, with Xiaoxia asking grimly, "Are you sure?" Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. "I can't see it clearly, but there's indeed someone over there." Audible gasps could be heard all around. They still didn't understand what was going on before hearing what Zhu Qing had said, but after she pointed it out, they sharpened their vision and saw that there was indeed a vague shadow above the 2 worlds passage. "Night Shadow Great Emperor," Xiaoxia said solemnly. If there was anyone in the world who could prompt the great emperors to make a move together and confront him, it must be another great emperor. Presently, in the star boundary, there was only one master at that level left who was on the opposing side. He was none other than Night Shadow Great Emperor Qin, founder and sect master of Shadow Killer Palace in the Western Territory. Zhu Lai then asked a question that Yu Rumeng had also asked. Wasn't he injured by Senior Iron Blood and Senior Serene Soul? Why is he here? It wasn't a secret that Qin was wounded. A few years ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor and Serene Soul Great Emperor had joined forces and hunted down Qin. After an epic battle, Qin was defeated and Iron Blood had managed to land a solid punch on him. Since then, he had gone into hiding. It wasn't until this day that he revealed himself again. Maybe he's recovered? Fu Ling said hesitantly. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. It was hard to know whether an injured great emperor could recover in such a short period of time. Even if his injury had been healed, he shouldn't have appeared in this place. Right now, he was basically surrounded by enemies. It was unwise to barge into the enemy's camp all on his own. No one knew what his intentions were. Zhu Lai had a feeling that there was a secret plot that was brewing, and Xiaoxia shared the same thought, which was why his expression was extremely solemn. As a great emperor, it wasn't possible that Qin was a fool. Since he had appeared, he must have a reason for doing so. Whatever his intentions were, it would surely be terrible for the star boundary. Fortunately, the great emperors had detected his aura and immediately came over. Whatever secret plot Qin was about to carry out, he could be stopped in time. Right then, Xiaoxia turned to look in another direction. He had heard that 3 demon saints were just over there. Since they had sided with the star boundary, it wasn't possible that they would stand idly by. Could Qin really stand a chance of winning the battle when it was 6 against 1? There was no clash of auras or energies. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Martial Beast had appeared together and confronted Qin, who was on his own. However, they were only staring at one another. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Qin, but that it was difficult to do so. If they rashly made a move, it would be useless, and it might implicate the soldiers of the star boundary. The last time Iron Blood and Serene Soul joined forces, they had only managed to injure Qin. What's more, Qin had a shadow demon bloodline, so he was unmatched when it came to hiding and fleeing. If he wanted to escape and conceal himself, no one would ever be able to find his whereabouts. Heaven's Revelations, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather had been carrying out other plans in secret, but as soon as Heaven's Revelations obtained a revelation in Heaven's Spying Valley, they could target Qin's aura and he would not be able to flee from them again. All fell silent for a long time. The depressing atmosphere was like the calm before the storm. Everyone felt pressured because of that, finding it hard to breathe. Are you male or female? Mo Huang broke the silence first. This question had been bothering him for a long time now, so he would be frustrated if he couldn't find out the truth. Iron Blood and Serene Soul turned to look at him strangely, to which Mo Huang shrugged and said, "Aren't you curious about it?" "I am." Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and shifted their attention to Kenyi. Kenyi didn't reply, as though he hadn't heard his question, so an embarrassed Mo Huang simply held his tongue. "What are you doing here?" Iron Blood asked in a small but firm voice. Just judging from his tone, it was as though he was having a friendly chat with an old friend instead of confronting an arch-nemesis. Still, Kenyi didn't respond to him as he remained in the same spot. The great emperors traded glances as they instinctively felt that something was off. With that said, they were more than happy to stall for time. Serene Soul had secretly contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked him how much longer would be needed to lock onto Kenyi's aura. When Heaven's Revelations managed to achieve this, they could immediately go all out against Kenyi until one party was killed. Apparently, Heaven's Revelations was busy though, so he didn't reply. On the other hand, his disciple, Gao Zhan, replied and said that they needed one more hour. Even though Heaven's Revelations' great emperor was renowned to be able to see through everything in the past and predict the future, it was still difficult for him to target a great emperor's aura using a divination skill. Moreover, it happened too suddenly, so he didn't have enough time to get prepared, and he wasn't even sure if he would succeed by using his secret technique. Upon seeing the reply, Serene Soul secretly communicated to Iron Blood and Martial Beast. Upon hearing what was said, they smacked their lips. 1 hour wasn't a long time, but the person they were trying to hold up was Kenyi. As a great emperor, it was impossible that Kenyi was unprepared before coming to this place. They were not confident that they were able to make him stay. In the worst-case scenario, they would have no choice but to stall him forcefully. With 3 great emperors joining forces, there was no way they would lose the battle. However, once Kenyi became alert, it was impossible for them to kill him for good. "Can you come back to us?" Zhan Wu Hen asked with a sincere expression. "You were born and raised in the star boundary. You've become a great emperor because you've obtained acknowledgement from the world's will. Why have you sided with the demons to devastate the lives of billions of people?" Serene Soul said, "If you decide to change sides, we will not settle scores with you." Martial Beast chimed in. "But you have to tell us whether you're a man or a woman first." "Haha." Under the night sky, a fit of laughter was heard. Kenyi, who hadn't made a move or responded to anyone since his arrival, finally laughed, a tinge of mockery and disdain in his voice. Everyone could hear the voice clearly, but what was strange was that no one could deduce Kenyi's gender through it. In fact, it was so neutral that no one could tell whether it was male or female. No one had heard such a peculiar voice before. Feeling that something was amiss, Yusi quickly turned to look at Su Yen. "Contact Sir and tell him what's going on here." Su Yen replied, "I've already informed him of the situation." Xianxia had ordered that whenever something major happened, they had to immediately contact him. Kenyi's arrival at the battlefield was a serious incident, which was why Su Yen had contacted Xianxia right away. "What did he say?" Yao Si asked. Su Yen shook her head. "He hasn't replied. Maybe he's busy." Yao Si frowned, and without hesitation he ordered, "All division commanders, return to your camps now and do a roll call. Stay vigilant to prevent falling into danger." All the division commanders were gaping at the confrontation when they heard this, but they still quickly nodded and returned to their own camps. Yao Si's subordinate gulped and asked, "Sir, do you think there'll be a fight?" Yao Si replied, "Night Shadow has finally shown up, so the great emperors won't miss this opportunity." Then he shook his head. "However, we won't be able to interfere in the battle between the great emperors, so we just have to try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors got into a fight, the mere fallout would be enough to collapse parts of the world." After Kenyi was done laughing, he suddenly tutayed. Following that, he swiftly extended his hands, which were kept inside his sleeves just now, and performed a hand seal. As his emperor chi surged, the world seemed to be shaking and a buzzing sound was heard from everywhere in the star boundary. He finally made a move. At that instant, Zhan Wuhen immediately pounced. He had been attentively watching Kenyi. As soon as Kenyi tutayed, he took a step forward. He didn't seem to have done anything, but he had already appeared before Kenyi and lightly pushed out his fist. Even though he didn't seem to have exerted any force with his fist, Iron Blood's move shattered space as it traveled forward. Right after that, Martial Beast Great Emperor also made a move. It wasn't that Mo Huang was slower than Iron Blood. In fact, he had launched an attack at the same time as Iron Blood. All 10 Great Emperors lived up to their names as the strongest cultivators in the star boundary. A faint roar of a beast was heard coming from Mo Huang's body as he swung his muscular arm, after which an axe appeared in his grip. The axe was rusty, as though it was an old woodcutter's tool that hadn't been used in years. However, when the axe slashed at Kenyi, the world seemed to have turned pale. Serene Soul remained on the same spot, but his divine sense surged like a tidal wave as his soul attack turned into an invisible spear and penetrated Kenyi's knowledge sea. All 4 Great Emperors had made a move that marked the start of an epic battle. It happened so suddenly that no one managed to come to their senses yet. Given enough time, Iron Blood and the others would rather wait for Heaven's revelations to succeed in his attempt before they made a move. However, Kenyi didn't give them the chance. He had come over to this place on his own and without even saying anything, launched an attack against them. The 4 Great Emperors seemed to become the center of the world at that moment. The world spun around them and everything seemed to spin in reverse. A fist that was able to destroy heaven and shatter earth rapidly approached Kenyi. An axe that could split the world in half was about to reach him. He was also faced with a violent soul spear. Even though he was also a great emperor, he would end up in a miserable state if he was struck by these attacks. But unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, he remained unmoving on the same spot. Iron Blood arched his brow as he felt that something was amiss. However, it had come to a point where he was unable to pull back, so he decided to exert even more force as he seemed determined to break the world apart. As soon as the red, glowing fist came into contact with Kenyi, a ripple suddenly spread from his back as a dark spot that was as large as a dustpan appeared. It was at the darkest hour before dawn, but the dark spot appeared even darker. Right after the dark spot appeared, it expanded from a dustpan-sized spot into a mass several tens of meters wide. Zhan Wuhen had successfully struck Kenyi, but he was shocked to realize that he couldn't harm the latter one bit. More eerily, his fist had penetrated Kenyi's body and disappeared into the dark spot. Mo Huang's attack was also futile as no blood was seen after his axe slashed across Kenyi. Mo Huang snorted as he knew that Kenyi's secret technique must have allowed him to dematerialize his figure. Even though it might appear that no attack could have any impact on him, he had actually dexterously dodged it. Mo Huang surged his Emperor Qi and wielded his axe again, which caused the void to tremble. With the axe as the center, the spaces around it fell apart in an instant. At the same time, Serene Soul's attack reached Kenyi. Faced with the 3 Great Emperors' collective power, Night Shadow wasn't able to resist even though he had phased himself out of the material plane. After he sprayed out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying backwards as his aura dimmed. In an instant, Kenyi was severely injured. Mo Huang wanted to deal him another blow, but Kenyi had swung his cloak and disappeared from the spot. Mo Huang frowned as he had a feeling that Kenyi was still around, but he was unable to determine his whereabouts. Night Shadow Great Emperor's stealth technique was unrivaled in this world. Things are looking bad. Serene Soul stared at the dark spot with a solemn expression. Faced with the Great Emperor's attacks just now, Kenyi insisted on using some kind of secret technique even at the cost of serious wounds, after which this dark spot appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it, and he soon realized that it was the Demon Realm's aura. The dark spot was connected to another great world. The 2 worlds passage that had been sealed off by Yang Kai had reopened. Damn it! He has betrayed the trust of this world. Damn traitor! Mo Huang bellowed. Knowing that Kenyi was still around, he deliberately cursed him as he ignored the fact that both of them were great emperors. All the great emperors were intelligent people, and Mo Huang was no exception. Even though he was a burly figure, he was able to grasp how Kenyi managed to unseal the passage. Kenyi was a great emperor that had obtained the acknowledgement of the Star Boundary's will. At the same time, he had a shadow demon bloodline. Therefore, he had an intimate connection to both the Star Boundary and the Demon Realm. It was because of this connection that he could serve as the bridge to link the great worlds and open a passage between them. No one else was able to accomplish the same feat, not even the other great emperors and demon saints. In this world, only Ken Yi was capable of doing so. It wasn't hard for anyone to come to that realization, but no one could have expected that Ken Yi would do such a thing, and it was already too late when they understood. However, if Ken Yi wanted to connect the two worlds, he would have to bear the impact of both great worlds intersecting, and there was a price to pay for that. Nevertheless, he had gone into hiding now, so no one knew what price he had paid.
Wu Hen entered it. Yao Jun stared at the dark spot, but soon he arched his brow.
He's back. Zhan Wu Hen could be seen dashing out of the dark patch, but his face had turned pale. After he stabilized himself, his hand on his back could be seen trembling slightly.
Staring at the dark spot with his sharp gaze, he said, "They're coming." "What do you mean?" Mo Huang looked at Zhan Wu Hen in puzzlement. Just when he wanted to inquire further, he became astounded as he turned to look at the dark patch.
A pair of gigantic hands suddenly appeared and clenched at the sides of the dark region. Following that, the person pulled their hands apart, which caused the dark spot to expand into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, a few figures of different heights and sizes could be seen moving forward in the same row. Despite the fact that they were coming from a different world, they remained calm and collected as they strode forward. After they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure from the demon saints swept across the star boundary and caused the entire world to tremble. Just then, as the sun could be seen rising from the east, the demon saints from the demon realm had all appeared. Mo Huang clenched his teeth as he understood what Zhan Wu Hen meant. The demon saints had arrived from the demon realm. It also dawned on him why Zhan Wu Hen appeared pale when he dashed out of the dark patch just now. He must have traded moves with the demon saints inside the darkness. However, Mo Huang didn't understand why the demon saints were already waiting at the other end of the two worlds passage. As soon as Ken Yi unsealed the passage, they appeared right away. Was it a coincidence? Could Ken Yi still contact the demon saints despite the fact that he was in the star boundary? If not, why was their coordination so seamless? He didn't have the time to ponder on it, nor was it useful to do so. Since the passage had opened up and the demon saints had arrived, they had no other choice but to fight. At a glance, Mo Huang could see exactly 10 figures. Yang Kai had reported the affairs in the demon realm to them, so he could immediately recognize who they were. They were Strength Demon Huang Wu Ji, Blood Demon Xueli, Flame Demon Qi Yan, Feather Demon Fu Yu, Stone Demon Mo Kan, Bone Demon Gumeng, Sand Demon Yu Qiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Liao, and Red Demon Huobo. All of them were the strongest cultivators in the demon realm. Huang Wuji appeared especially savage as Mo Huang gazed at him with narrowed eyes. Yang Kai had told them that Huang Wuji was the strongest of all the demon saints. Now it seemed that it was true. Compared to the other demon saints, Huang Wuji indeed exuded the most formidable pressure. Without any emotion on his face, Huang Wuji looked around with his eagle-like eyes. Beside him, Xueli put on a hideous grin. The ghostly fires behind Gumeng's eyes surged. Wu Hua's figure blurred as soon as he appeared. When he reappeared, he was already somewhere else. Gradually, Ken Yi revealed himself. Wu Hua pushed his demon chi and engulfed him in it before dragging him back to their side. Shua shua shua. The sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard as Chong Tian, Bailey Mo Yuru Meng arrived at the place and stood alongside Mo Huang and the others. Right then, a ripple spread around in the air as 4 more people broke through the void to arrive at this place. They were a beautiful and elegant woman, a man who looked as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, a man with a sage-like, mysterious aura, and an old man with gray hair and a long beard. Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill had come. They were now equally matched in terms of the number of people on both sides, as it was now 10 versus 10. All of them were the most powerful cultivators in the two worlds as they stood at the peak of martial Dao. Even though they hadn't traded any moves yet, the clash of the invisible auras had already caused the world to teeter on the brink of collapse. The already gigantic black hole abruptly expanded several times as though it was going to devour everything in this world. With the demon saints and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers felt as though a mountain had been pressed against their chest, making it difficult to even breathe. Huang Wuji swept a cold look over the great emperors with a disdainful expression. He only stopped for a moment when he looked at the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. Just now, Zhan Wuhen had rushed into the demon realm and traded moves with the demon saints, but he was able to escape unscathed, which went to show that it was truly difficult to deal with him. Then, he shifted his attention to Yu Rumeng and Bailey Mo before scoffing, "Traitors!" While Yu Rumeng ignored him, Bailey Mo cried, "Senior Brother Huang, I was forced to do this. It wasn't my intention." Huang Wuji snorted, "Come here now, and I'll spare your life." Bailey Mo's gaze brightened. "Are you serious?" Despite what she had just said, she didn't seem to believe the man before her eyes one bit. Then, she heaved a sigh. "Unfortunately, I'm being controlled by someone now. If I go over now, I'll end up in a miserable state. Senior Brother Huang, why don't you help me kill a person? After that, I'll join your side." "Who?" Huang Wuji grunted. "A little bastard named Yang Kai." Bailey Mo was completely honest with him. "He has planted a soul imprint in my knowledge sea, which is why I'm forced to obey him." Huang Wuji narrowed his eyes. "Do you even believe what you've just said?" "But that's the truth." Bailey Mo batted her innocuous-looking eyes. "Fuck off." An enraged Huang Wuji pointed at her. "Slut, you will be the first I kill." In an instant, Bailey Mo turned pale as she was on the brink of tearing up. "Why don't you believe me when I'm telling the truth? Senior Brother Huang, you're only pushing me further towards them." She turned to look at Yu Rumeng. "Little sister, why don't you help me explain it to Senior Brother Huang?" "Shut up." Yu Rumeng rolled her eyes. "Why do you have to keep spouting nonsense?" She wasn't worried that Bailey Mo would go back to the demon's side. Besides the fact that Bailey Mo was controlled by Yang Kai, what she had done in the past ensured that the demons wouldn't ever welcome her back. Bailey Mo wasn't a fool, so why would she believe what Huang Wuji had said? If she really went over, she would either be killed or be planted with many seals to lock her cultivation. Basically, they were not on the same page. Huang Wuji stopped responding to the traitors as he stared at the 7 great emperors with a hideous grin. "I've always looked forward to meeting you all." Ironblood nodded. "The same goes for us. Are you going to surrender or resist in vain?" Huang Wuji asked. There was a faint smile on Ironblood's face. "Are you that confident?" Huang Wuji slowly shook his head. "You don't stand a chance. The star boundary is destined to be ours. If you surrender, you will have a chance to survive. If you decide to battle against us, you will definitely all die." Ironblood replied dispassionately. "In that case, why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you're able to kill us, just do it. After we're dead, this beautiful star boundary will be yours." Huang Wuji scoffed. "A short-sighted and obstinate man," Ironblood said with a smile. "I was born and bred in this world, so I have the obligation to protect our homeland and kill the invaders. There's nothing else to say." Then, Huang Wuji decided to stop talking, after which all 10 demon saints pushed their demon chi and made a move at the same time. At that instant, the world was filled with demon chi. Divine abilities that were able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth struck the great emperors. Certainly, the great emperors wouldn't wait for death. Iron-Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen was the first one to make a move. As principles undulated, he pushed his emperor chi and parried the attacks coming at him with his own secret technique. A rumbling sound was heard as lights of different colors expanded. Shockwaves spread across the area like tidal waves, and wherever they went, space itself seemed to collapse. All the soldiers from the 55 armies collapsed to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, they had been practicing their formations for quite some time now and were well prepared. As they collectively resisted the impact, they didn't suffer from any serious injuries. Just then, beams of lights could be seen shooting up to the sky from the battlefield before they dispersed in different directions. Zhan Wuhen and the others were startled upon seeing this, as they had never expected that these demon saints would open with a feint and then scatter. It seemed that instead of staying on the battlefield, they had intended to go deeper into different parts of the star boundary. All the great emperors turned solemn and traded glances. Without the need to say anything, they partnered up with Yu Rumeng and the others before they shot into 10 different directions to chase after the demon saints. If Huang Wuji and the others really stayed and fought with the great emperors, Zhan Wuhen wouldn't be afraid of them.
It could even be said that he was 70% confident that they could defeat the demon saints.
After all, they were in the star boundary, and the great emperors had obtained the world's will. With the blessing of the world's will, they had a distinct advantage in their homeland against the demon saints. However, the demon saints didn't give them this chance, as they seemed to have a different plot. Whatever their plot was, the great emperors wouldn't allow it to happen.
In order to deal with the demon saints, the great emperors had to personally make a move, and others were not capable of doing that. As they had left the battlefield to pursue the demon saints, the expected great battle failed to happen.
All the soldiers from 55 armies traded glances in puzzlement. It wasn't certain when Li Wui had appeared on the battlefield, but as he stared at the gigantic black hole before him with a solemn expression, he soon shouted, "Start the formation." His voice wasn't particularly loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. In an instant, the Seven Mist Seas flag was erected. All the soldiers from the 55 armies finally came to their senses. Under the command of army commanders and division commanders from the over 20 armies that were responsible for setting up the formation, the soldiers hurriedly gathered together in a highly trained fashion. They were in a rush, as no one had expected such a turn of events. According to their own plan, they would fully adjust the formation first before Xianxia would reopen the Two Worlds passage to lure the demons over. Then, they would trap the demons and slowly destroy them. Eventually, they would storm into the demon realm to devour their continents and put an end to the Two Worlds' Great War. However, no one could have expected that Qin Yi would appear on this night, and using his own body as a bridge, forcefully opened up the passage, which totally messed up their plan.
Fortunately, even though the formation hadn't been fully adjusted, it was already functional, hence, the situation wasn't so terrible. Although the demon saints were gone, the huge black hole remained. Despite the fact that Li Wui couldn't look through the other end of the darkness, he reckoned that the demon soldiers must have gathered together over there waiting to invade the star boundary.
Millions of people started moving around the battlefield, and a war force that seemed to connect all the armies was being formed. As they moved around, the war force became clearer and more conspicuous.
In just a quarter hour, with the black hole as the center, a radius of 100 kilometers around the area had been surrounded by layers of the soldiers from the star boundary. Right then, a dragon roar could be heard. The armies were seamlessly connected.
From a bird's-eye view, one could see that the armies seemed to have turned into a great dragon as its humongous figure coiled around the black hole. The coiling dragon grand formation had taken shape. On the spot where the dragon's head was located, Li Wui led the first army to keep guard in that area, as all the war force seemed to have converged towards him. As the morning breeze brushed across his face, his clothes flapped gently in the wind. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous intent surged like a tsunami. Rustling sounds could be heard coming from the black hole, as though countless locusts were swarming forth. When the first morning ray shone on the ground from the east, a figure shot out of the black hole and hovered in the void. The horrifying demon chi swept across the area as the demons crossed the border and arrived at the star boundary. There wasn't just one demon. After the first demon appeared, countless demons shot out of the black hole and covered the entire sky. Looking from afar, the gigantic black hole looked just like the gates of a dam that had been opened up. With every breath, an innumerable number of demons burst forth. The originally quiet battlefield became abuzz with noise again. Gazing at the terrifying sight in front of them, the cultivators in the grand formation sported solemn expressions. Some of them had even secretly gulped. All the soldiers from the 55 armies had gathered together in this place, and they were the top cultivators in the star boundary. However, their enemies were not pushovers. These invaders from another world were just like starving wolves eager to feast. No one knew how many demons were coming over. Nevertheless, in just a quarter of an hour, several 100,000 demons had gathered in front of the black hole, and more were still coming. Unlike the orderly armies in the star boundary, these demon soldiers appeared to be disorganized. In comparison, the demons looked more like mercenaries who knew no rules. Some of them even started cackling in an arrogant manner the moment they appeared. There were also some who pointed fingers at the human soldiers with hideous expressions. Just then, tapping sounds were heard, and the demons in front the black hole separated like they had been pulled apart by a pair of invisible hands. which revealed a path down the middle. A burly demon riding a flaming and ferocious demon beast emerged from the passage. There was a 10-meter-long spear on his shoulder, and his imposing demeanor had a strong visual impact on the beholder. As the demon beast stopped in its tracks in front of the demon soldiers, the demon looked around and eventually targeted Li Wuyi.
With a grin, he single-handedly pointed the 10-meter-long spear forward as his demon chi surged and he bellowed, "Kill." Without any redundant words, the demons followed the half-saint's lead and charged.
Rumbling sounds were heard as the ground seemed to be shaking and the gap between the opposing sides slowly shortened. An ancient incantation was said in a strange rhythm as beams of light radiated from everywhere in the coiling dragon grand formation. The shamans that were present had blessed their companions with an ancient shamanic spell. A metallic tang permeated the air as blue lights engulfed the entire coiling dragon grand formation. In an instant, the lives of everyone in the grand formation became closely connected. Unless they suffered from a fatal blow like getting their heads severed from their bodies, soldiers in the formation wouldn't immediately pass away even if they were badly wounded. In the next moment, the armies from the opposing sides clashed.
The first ones to trade moves were the half-saint with a long spear and Li Wuyi. Standing on the spot where the dragon's head was located, Li Wuyi was too conspicuous and it was hard not to notice him. That was the reason the half-saint directly came at him.
His long spear contained a power that seemed able to shatter the heavens, and a palm-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear, like a dragon that had just been summoned. The spear directly aimed at Li Wuyi's chest.
Before the spear even hit its target, the force that came with the thrust had made all the cultivators turn pale and shudder. They asked themselves whether their corpses would still be intact if they were struck by the spear.
Faced with the attack, Li Wuyi lightly pushed out his palm at the half-saint. Compared with the half-saint's imposing demeanor, Li Wuyi appeared calm and composed. The palm and the spear didn't come into contact, but following a crackling sound, the black hole in front of the spear's tip diminished rapidly.
As if struck by lightning, the half-saint shuddered as his mount wailed and was forced to step back several dozen meters. The imposing half-saint wanted to gain an upper hand in just one strike, but he ended up falling into a state of shock and disbelief.
Right then, his mount wailed again and collapsed to the ground. Blood was streaming out from its 7 orifices and its vitality was rapidly leaving its body. It was apparent that the mount was at its last breath. There were no injuries on the mount's body, but all its 5 viscera and 6 organs had been broken into pieces by the force of space principles. Even a strong demon beast wasn't able to withstand such a severe injury.
Chi. Blood spurted out of the half-saint like countless blood arrows and soon dyed him crimson. It was the second time in recent history that a passage between the two great worlds had opened up.
The half-saint from the demon race and a pseudo-great emperor from the human race traded only one move, but the half-saint already lost the battle. In disbelief, the half-saint looked down at his mount. Even though the mount wasn't as powerful as he was, it was no ordinary demon beast.
It had an ancient bloodline, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen it to be his mount. However, he had never expected that the first enemy he came across in the star boundary would be able to kill his mount and injure him in just one move. It seemed that he had greatly underestimated his enemy.
The half-saint examined Li Wuyi and finally understood what had gone wrong. Li Wuyi. He had heard that there was a powerful pseudo-great emperor in the star boundary who was touted to be second only to the great emperors.
He didn't really pay this rumor much mind it as he didn't have a chance to meet him in the past. It wasn't until this moment he realized that the rumors weren't unfounded. No half-saint in the demon realm was a match for this man in terms of strength. On the other hand, Li Wuyi didn't have any interest in finding out his opponent's name. After taking a deep breath, he simply shouted, "Die." To him, the demons who dared to invade the star boundary were mortal enemies. In that case, he wouldn't want to waste any time speaking to them as he just had to kill them all. After he finished speaking, he pushed his Emperor Chi as space principles coiled around his body. Following that, he leapt at the half-saint right in front of him. As soon as he took action, the first army as well as the coiling dragon grand formation also started moving. From a bird's-eye view, the great dragon seemed to have curled up on the ground. The hundreds of thousands of demons were like moths that were flying toward a fire. Before they even went near, they were engulfed in the attacks from countless artifacts and secret techniques. In an instant, corpses piled up on the battlefield like a mountain and the ground was dyed crimson.
Several 100,000 demons were indeed a lot of people, but in front of the coiling dragon grand formation, they were nothing more than an appetizer. In just an hour, the demons who had arrived at this place first were mostly killed.
Other than the truly powerful demons, the pawns had all been slaughtered. On the other hand, the first half-saint was struggling to fend off Li Wuyi's attacks. Without any assistance, it was just a matter of time before he was killed. However, the situation wasn't in the humans' favor.
That was because an inexhaustible number of demons were still pouring out of the black hole and joining the battle. With the black hole as the center, a radius of over 1,000 kilometers around the area was now surrounded by the dragon that was formed by over 20 armies. In the middle of the dragon's body, more and more demons appeared as though they were infinite in number. Humans and demons waged a life-or-death struggle against one another in front of the two worlds passage in the desolate Western Territory. Every breath, there were humans and demons who lost their lives. The fire of life on this merciless battlefield was like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, which could wither at any moment.
In comparison, there were more demons who had lost their lives. After all, they were in the star boundary and the humans were well prepared for their arrival. Furthermore, they had the blessing of ancient shamanic spells.
Bloodlust was able to energize the cultivators and increase their power, while life chains could connect everyone's vitality in the coiling dragon grand formation. At first glance, it seemed like a one-sided massacre, as usually for every 100 demons that were killed, perhaps just one human would lose his life. In the sky and on the ground, the lights of artifacts and secret techniques expanded. These dazzling lights came in different colors, but beneath the beautiful facade was a merciless massacre. As time passed, more and more demons appeared from the black hole, and the demon soldiers gathered around the half-saints as they charged forward in an organized manner, which caused more human soldiers to become injured and die. Half a day later, over 10 million demons had arrived in the star boundary. Even though coiling dragon grand formation was strong, it wasn't without its limits. Couldn't possibly trap so many demons within it. The half-saint that was battling against Li Wuyi earlier had gone missing. It wasn't that he was killed, but rather that was saved by another half-saint, which Li Wuyi found to be regrettable. If he were given one more hour, he was confident he could end that half-saint's life. However, it was pointless to cry over what had passed now.
He was the supreme commander who had to lead all the armies on the battlefield, so he couldn't leave this place to hunt down his enemy. The war between the two great worlds wasn't just about the life or death of a half-saint, so he could only watch him flee.
At this moment, the demons were fiercely coming at them, and the coiling dragon grand formation was showing signs of cracking. Therefore, Li Wuyi immediately gave the order to his subordinates. The next instant, the Seven Mist Seas flag was raised, and under the control of the First Army's standard-bearer, the flag swung in the air in a particular manner. In the northwest of the Grand Formation, the army commander of the 39th Army had just killed a demon king who was pouncing on him when he saw the Seven Mist Seas flag, causing him to shout, "Change!" Upon receiving the order, those in the 39th Army began withdrawing in an orderly manner. In just a moment, a gap appeared in the coiling dragon grand formation. The experienced demon kings immediately ordered their soldiers to rush towards the gap.
As the armies on the opposing sides clashed, countless people collapsed to the ground and lost their lives. The 39th Army pretended that they were unable to resist the demons, and after a while they allowed the demons to pass through the gap.
When the time was tight, the army commander yelled, "Close!" In an instant, the gap was closed. There were over 200,000 demons who had passed through the opening, all of them drenched in blood as their demon chi surged and their murderous intent filled the entire sky. Under the leadership of the demon kings, they wanted to turn around and help their companions on the inside by breaking the coiling dragon grand formation from the outside.
However, upon raising their heads, they realized that an army was already waiting for them at the front as their flag swayed with the wind.
A middle-aged man, who was the leader, put on a grin as he stared at the demon kings and said impassively, "The 17th Army has been waiting for you." Just then, rumbling and whooshing sounds could be heard. As soon as the army commander waved his hand, his soldiers charged forward in the sky and on the ground in a spectacular manner. The demons, who had just broken out of the coiling dragon grand formation, were startled upon seeing this. It wasn't until this moment they realized that they had been set up. They wanted to help their companions by breaking the grand formation from the outside, but they had never expected that their enemies had set a trap for them. Behind them was the coiling dragon grand formation. Regardless of whether they could go back, they would end up in a miserable state if they tried. Upon that realization, the demon kings raised and waved their hands, after which the demon soldiers charged forward. The armies from both sides were rapidly closing the gap between them. Looking from afar, they looked like two fast-moving meteors that were about to collide. Only the bolder side would win the battle. The dragons seemed to have turned into a meat grinder as blood and broken pieces of corpses splattered around in the grand formation. More and more gaps were deliberately opened as the demons were released from the grand formation, then they would be settled by the human armies waiting outside. Of all 55 armies in the star boundary, only half of them were responsible for maintaining the coiling dragon grand formation. The other half of the armies surrounded the grand formation and waited for the enemies to come out before dealing a heavy blow to them. That was the plan those from 7 Miss C had come up with. Groups of demons with varying numbers of people fled outwards, which relieved the pressure on the grand formation, and the giant dragon that was showing signs of falling apart stabilized again. The armies outside the formation and the dragon itself were killing the invaders in an efficient and steady manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first large-scale and direct clash between demons and humans. 20 years ago, the two worlds' passage opened up for the first time. The invasion of the demons had caught everyone in the star boundary off guard. Most of the cultivators from the major sects in the Western Territory were easily defeated, and they lost a lot of their territories. Even though those from the star boundary quickly gathered together to resist, they were still unable to deal with the formidable demons, and they had no other choice but to continuously withdraw. The worst had happened, as almost all of the territories in the Western Territory were lost to the demons, and the human armies were forced to retreat to the border between the Western Territory and the Southern Territory. If it weren't because of the war on Eternal Sky Continent, which prompted the demon saints to summon all the half-saints back to the demon realm, the humans wouldn't have stood a chance to take a breather. After that, Xianxia returned from the demon realm and sealed off the two worlds' passage, which cut off the support for the remaining demons in the star boundary. That was the reason they were all slowly destroyed in the end. 20 years later, the passage between two great worlds reopened, and the demons stormed into the star boundary like locusts. Even though humans hadn't fully gotten prepared, they weren't as unsuspecting as when they faced the demons for the first time. All 55 armies had gathered in this place, and they represented half of all the power in the star boundary. In this place, they had to go against the invaders from a different world. The demons had suffered immense losses, as many of them had been killed or injured. Although there was still an inexhaustible number of demons dashing out of the black hole to replace the lost soldiers, the truth was that they were on the losing side. With the blessings of both the life chains and bloodlust spells, every cultivator was able to use a greater power than usual. The dragon kept swirling around the two worlds' passage, and every time it did that, countless demons would be killed. Whenever Li Wuyi realized that the grand formation was overburdened, he would tell the standard bearer to wield the flag to signal for the others to open up some gaps to ease the burden. Presently, all the armies from the star boundary were closely coordinated. They had turned into a single entity as they orderly killed the invaders who were surrounded by demon chi. The situation was in their favor, and if they could keep this up, regardless of how many demons were coming over through the passage, they would eventually kill them all. The eyes of those cultivators in the grand formation had turned bloodshot as their expressions appeared fervent. However, Li Wuyi felt that something was off. The demons weren't fools, so how was it possible that they were still fearlessly charging forward despite knowing that they would only get killed? Even though demons were known for their ruthlessness and bloodlust, they wouldn't make pointless sacrifices. Furthermore, it was the demons who had proactively reopened the two worlds' passage. The demon saints must have a hidden intention for coming to the star boundary. However, Li Wuyi couldn't figure out the demon saints' intentions. Only the great emperors were able to stop the enemy's plot. On this battlefield, all he had to do was to lead all the armies to kill more demons so that they would stand a better chance at winning the war between the two great worlds. At the thought of this, he shook his head and emptied his mind. Becoming calm and collected again, he continued directing the movements of the grand formation. The 61st Army's base was located in the southeast of the Two Worlds Passage. All 300,000 soldiers were enthusiastic as they rubbed their hands and awaited their turn.
Xianxia was staying with the color guard as the scouts from Flying Hawk Division continuously reported to him the situation at the front line to ensure that he would stay informed. Upon learning that they had gained the upper hand, he was both elated and shocked.
Unlike Yang Kai, who had not taken part in the previous war between the two great worlds, Xianxia had been battling against the demons for a few years, so he knew that it was extremely difficult to deal with them. He thought that it would be a difficult battle, but it turned out that the situation was greatly in the humans' favor. Just like how concerned Li Wuyi was, Xianxia also thought that there must be a plot that was brewing. However, even Li Wuyi couldn't figure out anything, so how was Xianxia supposed to?
While he was pondering the issue with a frown, his subordinate came over and reported, "Sir, the division commander of the Flaming Ox Division, Xile, would like to meet you." There were strict rules in the military, so now that Yang Kai wasn't around, Xianxia was in charge of the 61st Army.
At a time like this, Xile had to go through proper procedures if he wanted to see Xianxia. If Yang Kai was still around, Xile could have just entered the place to meet him without going through such trouble. Upon hearing this, Xianxia frowned as he had no idea why Xile had come over instead of watching over the Flaming Ox Division. Worried that Xile might have something urgent to tell him, he nodded. "Tell him to come over." His subordinate nodded and left the place. A moment later, Xile sauntered into the room and cupped his fists. "Sir." Xianxia nodded. "What's wrong?" Xile smacked his lips and put on a fawning smile before rubbing his hands. "Sir, the thing is, I've heard that the other armies are madly killing the enemies on the battlefield now.
I just want to know when we'll also go to the front. It feels terrible to just wait here." Then he cupped his fists again with a solemn expression. "If we're going to make a move, the Flaming Ox Division is willing to be the vanguard.
We will be sure to make our army proud." Xianxia shot him a dismissive look. "You'll certainly have a chance to go to war. What are you so anxious for?" The division commanders were not aware of the plan those from 7 Mist Sea had come up with. They just saw that the demon corpses had piled up in the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation, and other armies were battling against the demons.
On the other hand, the 61st Army had stayed put, which was why they were anxious.
It wouldn't have mattered if they were just an ordinary army, but the 61st Army had just been established and were touted to be the most powerful army in the star boundary. If they didn't make any contributions to the war, all of them would be greatly embarrassed. Xile thought that since the demons were not coming over, they could just be more proactive by leading their people to kill some demon kings. Otherwise, what was the point of them training so hard until now? Seeing as Xianxia didn't approve it, a displeased Xile murmured, "If Sir was around, he would have led us to storm into the battlefield instead of waiting here like a fool." "What did you just say?" Xianxia shot him a glare. Xile quickly waved his hands. "And nothing. Haha. I'll take my leave now." Even though Xianxia was weaker than Xile, he was the one who had built up the 61st Army, and he was pretty authoritative in the military. Faced with the enemies now, Xile wouldn't dare to refute him. Earlier, he was just venting out his displeasure, but he didn't have any ill intentions. Seeing that Xianxia had flared up, he quickly fled from the scene.
"Damn it!" Xianxia bellowed behind Xile, then he turned to look at the division commanders of the color guard, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. "Keep an eye on him.
If he dares to be absent from his position again, cut his head off." An obedient Yang Xiao replied, "Yes." He knew that Xianxia was just incensed and venting. All the Emperor Realm Masters in the army were treasures, so Xianxia wouldn't have the heart to kill him. They had known Xianxia for a long time, so they knew that he was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. He wouldn't put on airs just because he was a great emperor's son. Yang Shui suppressed her laughter and said, "Sir, you don't have to be mad at him. It's expected that Sir Xile wants to make a contribution. Our army will certainly be needed soon." She was an intelligent person, so she could see that even though Xianxia appeared unperturbed, he was actually nervous in his heart. This was the first battle against the demons since the Two Worlds Passage opened up for the second time. The 61st Army was famous throughout the star boundary, so they should make the biggest contributions. However, they had come too late, so they didn't manage to join the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation. That was why they had no choice but to wait for a chance outside the formation. However, the other armies were already locked in an intense battle against the demons, while their enemies didn't seem to be dashing out of the formation in their direction anytime soon, which was why they were frustrated. If they waited any longer, no more demons would be left for them to kill.
Xile was eager to make a contribution, but so was Yuxi. Even though it might seem that Yang Shui was coming up with an excuse for Xile, she was actually persuading Yuxi to calm down. Right then, Yuxi became energized and rose from the chair.
Raising his head, he saw that a gap that was facing the 61st Army had opened up in the Grand Formation. Presently, countless demons were rushing out through the gap. Yao Si arched his brow, and there was finally a smile on his stiff face.
More and more demons spurted out of the formation, and the person at the front was a fairly powerful demon king. Just like the other demons who had fled from the formation earlier, the demon king thought that he could break the formation from outside. However, to his surprise, the 61st Army was already waiting for them. Presently, more than 300,000 pairs of eyes were staring at him.
The demon king was usually a brave man, but with so many people staring at him, he felt a chill running down his spine as he wondered why these humans appeared so excited. "Sir!" A scout from the Flying Hawk Division flew over and fell on one knee in front of Yao Si before cupping his fists. "The First Army has informed us that more than 600,000 demons have passed through. The Supreme Commander has given the order for the 61st Army to confront the enemy." Yao Si guffawed. 600,000? Haha! The Supreme Commander has given us a big piece of fat. There were only 300,000 soldiers in the 61st Army, so there were 2 times more enemies on the opposing side. However, instead of becoming afraid, Yao Si appeared to be excited. With a solemn expression, he straightened up and yelled, "Pass on my orders. Poison Scorpion, Flaming Ox, and Divine Dragon will make the first strike. Raging Flood Dragon and Heavenly Fox will surround the enemy flanks. Falling Flower and Spirit Snake will remain in the center to assist the other divisions. Heavenly Phoenix is to bring up the rear. All of us will strike now and kill the enemy." At that instant, the standard-bearer wielded the flag as the deafening sounds of drums were heard. Amidst the rumbling sounds, other than the 30,000 people who comprised the Color Guard and a few thousand people in the Flying Hawk Division, the remaining 8 divisions charged forward in an imposing and unstoppable manner. Since they arrived at this battlefield, they had been training hard. Even though it was the first battle for them, they remained calm and organized as they meticulously executed Yao Si's order. In an orderly manner, they dashed towards the demons who had just fled from the Grand Formation. Although there were more than 600,000 demons, they had been injured when they were still inside the Grand Formation. After leaving the formation, they hadn't managed to organize themselves, and presently they were in a mess, so upon seeing that the 61st Army was marching towards them, all the Demons Kings were stunned and unable to react. Certainly, the 61st Army wouldn't care how the demons reacted. Over 300,000 people had been staying put as they grew impatient at the sight of other armies making contributions. Now that the chance was right in front of their eyes, there was no way they would let it slip through their fingers. Poison Scorpion, Flaming Ox, and Divine Dragon had 80,000 people in total. Under the leadership of Xie Wu Wei, Xile, and Zhu Qing, they were the first to charge toward their enemies. The 3 division commanders personally led the way while their soldiers followed them. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flower surrounded their enemies from both sides, while Spirit Snake and Raging Flood Dragon remained in the center, and behind them were those from Heavenly Phoenix Division. The 600,000 demons who had just dashed out of the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation were dumbfounded at first, but the Demon Kings came to their senses quickly and swiftly reorganized the demons. Realizing that they were sandwiched between the Grand Formation and the army from the Star Boundary, they decisively charged toward the 61st Army. They had had a taste of the Grand Formation's power, so they knew that they were unable to break it. In comparison, even though the army in front of them seemed fairly powerful, they had a much smaller number of people. Even if the 2 sides got into a brawl, the demons might stand a chance of winning the battle. As the armies from opposing sides clashed, there were no flowery moves. They were only there to kill one another. Before they even came into contact with one another, they had already activated their artifacts and secret techniques to attack each other. The lights of different colors made the sun itself pale in comparison.
The secret techniques and artifacts from the 61st Army were able to kill a large number of demons in an instant. As the shamans chanted a complicated shamanic spell, a light flashed across the human cultivators. Following that, a layer of scarlet light appeared on everyone's skin, and there was a layer of blue light that connected everyone. The demons' secret techniques were powerful as well, but the humans had the blessing of the life chains, so even if they were severely injured, their vitality would be swiftly replenished, which was why they wouldn't immediately lose their lives. Furthermore, some array masters had tagged along this time, and as array plates were cast out, they would turn into an additional layer of protection to ensure the humans' safety. After the first round of long-range attacks, more than 10,000 demons had lost their lives while no more than 100 soldiers from the 61st Army fell. Without stopping, the second round of attacks was launched from both sides. At the same time, they continued charging forward as the gap between them shortened. From a bird's-eye view, the armies from both sides looked like two gigantic ancient beasts, as they were forcefully clashing with one another. After 3 rounds of ranged attacks, the ground shook as the armies clashed with one another. As dragon roars were heard, 2 red dragons revealed their true forms. One of them was some 200 meters long, while the other reached a shocking 300 meters in length. Crushing dragon pressure swept forward, causing the demons at the front to fall into a dazed state. That short moment of hesitation cost their lives. Divine Dragon, Poison Scorpion, and Flaming Ox divisions, which were leading the charge, seemed to have turned into 3 razor-sharp blades as they penetrated the demon lines. Wherever they went, the demons would collapse to the ground as their blood dyed the earth crimson. The Demon King leading the army somehow dodged a divine ability launched at him, only to immediately hear all the other demons behind him shrieking, which caused his expression to be transformed by horror. He thought that as there were not many people on the 61st Army's side, his side would certainly win the battle. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that this human army was extremely hard to deal with for the average demon. This couldn't be helped, as there were too many top cultivators on the enemy side. While he was in a dazed state, he felt an immense force coming right at him. Before he could even react, his head was smashed to pieces. After his headless corpse shuddered for a moment, it collapsed to the ground. Shilei swung his hand and spat. With his eyes turning bloodshot, monster chi could be seen weltering around him. Without even taking a look at the Demon King he had just killed, he charged toward the demon army. Wherever he went, he slashed at the enemies like he was chopping up fruits and vegetables. In the sky, Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai had assumed their true forms as they opened their great maws to spray out jets of scorching flame, continuously targeting the places where the demons were most concentrated. Fire Dragon's flaming breath was an immensely powerful technique, and even the average Demon King would lose their life if they came into contact with it. Furthermore, there were only a small number of Demon Kings who led the 600,000 demons. As soon as the demons were hit by the dragon breath, they would be incinerated. After unleashing a number of dragon breaths, a large swath of land had been emptied of all demons. The 61st Army was unstoppable as they destroyed their enemies. The number of demon soldiers was 2 times more than that of the human soldiers. However, faced with these savage humans, the demons were unable to fight back. In just 1 hour, their formation had become a mess as the several 100,000 demons descended into chaos. Flaming Ox, Poison Scorpion, and Divine Dragon repeatedly thrust deep into the enemy lines, killing demons wantonly. Powerless to resist, the demons intended to flee, but they were already surrounded by Heavenly Fox and Falling Flower, while the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation was behind them. To the demons now, they were surrounded by their enemies from all directions, making escape impossible. Now, there was no doubt who the winner would be. It was the first battle for the 61st Army, and even though they were faced with an army 2 times their number, they were still able to destroy their enemies with ease, which was a spectacular achievement. However, on the battlefield, winning or losing a single battle wasn't the end of everything. All 600,000 demons were without any help, and Yao Si had ordered them exterminated. As long as there was still 1 demon left standing, the 61st Army would not stop killing. Just then, the riled-up monster kings from ancient wild lands assumed their true forms and began running amok on the battlefield as their monster chi surged. Soon,
Their claws and artifacts were dyed red as they charged forward and killed their enemies.
When they reached the opposite side, they would turn around and charge back again. All the demons, including the Demon Kings, were both shocked and horrified as they were unable to fully utilize their power in front of the formidable 61st Army.
Before the Demon Kings could even make a move, they were killed by the Monster Kings and Emperor Realm Masters. As the scouts from Flying Hawk Division kept reporting the situation on the front line, Xianxia, who remained with the color guard, slowly grinned.
Nothing could make him more excited than hearing such good news. Xianxia was basically an arm-flinging shopkeeper, so Xianxia was essentially in charge of the 61st Army.
He had spent more than 10 years building up this army, and the time and effort he had spent was unimaginable to the others. As he listened to the good news from the battlefield, he felt that his more than 10 years of hard work was worth it, and the 61st Army lived up to its reputation as the strongest in the star boundary. The only imperfection was that Xianxia wasn't around. The 61st Army belonged to Xianxia after all. Xianxia wanted to share his joy with the others as well, but as an adjutant, he had an image to maintain, so he couldn't revel in joy with Xianxiao and Yangshui. Staring at the battlefield in front of him, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Has Sir replied to you?" Yangshui immediately replied, "Not yet." The corner of Xiaoxi's mouth twitched as he cursed at Xianxia in his heart.
As an army commander, Xianxia was absent from the military almost the entire time and still wouldn't show up in their debut battle, which was a little intolerable.
Presently, more than 300,000 soldiers were risking their lives to fend off the enemy. But without the army commander here, something seemed to be missing. Xianxia secretly decided that he would reprimand Xianxia when they met again. If Xianxia was unable to manage the 61st Army, he was more than happy to replace him. All of a sudden, he felt cold all over his body as a death aura engulfed him. At that instant, a feeling of crisis had befallen him. Xianxia was flabbergasted as he realized that a murderous intent had targeted him. Even though he was a powerful second-order emperor, it wasn't until the murderous intent washed over him that he came to the realization that the Reaper had his blade on his neck. Moreover, he was in the middle of the color guard and was surrounded by countless soldiers. Nevertheless, the enemy was still able to silently approach him, which went to show how powerful this person was. At that instant, Xianxia concluded that he was no match for this assailant.
It didn't take him much time to realize that there was a huge gap between the assassin and himself in terms of strength, but at this critical moment he remained oddly calm.
Right then, a faint shadow abruptly appeared behind Xianxia as a cold glint flashed across a dagger that was aimed at his back. Before the dagger even reached him, Xianxia felt a chill running up his spine. Still calm and collected, Xianxia pushed his Emperor Qi and made an invisible shield appear behind him. Then, a light could be seen exploding from the shield as it surrounded him. Apparently, this was some kind of extraordinary artifact. As a great emperor's son, Xianxia certainly had some life-saving treasures. He even had some items that were similar to a command token, which contained a great emperor's divine ability. The assassin had made a huge mistake for choosing to target him. Nevertheless, he couldn't be blamed as the 61st Army appeared to be formidable, and Xianxia was too conspicuous as he gave orders from the color guard at the rear. It was apparent that he was the most important person on the scene. It was better to kill the commander than 10,000 soldiers. Silently, the dagger and the shield clashed with one another as the light dimmed, and following that, the shield collapsed. Despite the fact that the force of the dagger had been weakened, it was still moving forward. It was thanks to this delay that Xianxia managed to escape from death's door. Then he shot forward to dodge the fatal attack. Unexpectedly, the dagger followed him relentlessly. The dagger was held by a vague figure with a blurry face. Just when the dagger was about to be stabbed into Xiaoxi's back, a big hand appeared out of thin air and struck the partially visible figure.
At the same time, someone could be heard laughing as he said, "I've been waiting for you." Judging from what he had said, it seemed that he had expected an assassination to happen.
Turbulent monster Qi could be seen swirling around his hand, and as soon as his palm came into contact with the assassin, the world seemed to have paled. Following a grunt, the entire surrounding fell into silence.
It wasn't until this moment that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were behind Yao Si earlier, came to their senses. Yang Zhao's expression changed as he leapt towards Yao Si. Faint time principles were seen swirling around him as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Yang Shui drew out her sword at the same time and released her divine sense to pinpoint the enemy's location. He fled. Xianxia frowned and snorted. He's pretty quick. It was Xianxia who saved Yao Si at the most critical moment. As an ancient ominous beast, he was naturally extremely powerful. Of all the divine spirits in the star boundary, only the two elders of Dragon Island were superior to him. Despite the fact that he was powerful, he wasn't a part of the 61st Army. The reason he had been keeping guard here was that he had to protect his young master and young lady Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He had hidden his aura, and even the assassin hadn't detected him. The unsuspecting assassin was then attacked by Xianxia, so instead of killing Yu Si, he had suffered a setback. Then, Xianxia took a look at the ground and realized that the drops of blood on it bloomed like plum blossoms. Following a failed attempt, the assassin immediately fled from the scene. Apparently, he was an expert. Even though he had fled, he had been injured by Xianxia. The blood on the ground was proof of that. Just then, the division commander of the Flying Hawk Division, inflate, approached Yao Si from a distance with an anxious expression. When he arrived, he cupped his fists and said in a fluster, "Sir, Supreme Commander Li has informed us that some of the enemy half-saints have gone missing, so he—" Before he finished speaking, he took a look at the blood on the ground. Judging from the expressions of Yao Si, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao, he realized what had happened. He was here. Yao Si nodded. "Thankfully, Senior Xianxia saved me." Xianxia wouldn't take the credit as he waved his hand and stood among the other soldiers before concealing his aura. Apart from his fierce-looking face, he appeared to be just like everyone else. Yao Si took a look at Inflate and asked, "Has the Supreme Commander said how many half-saints have gone missing?" 5 in total, all of them shadow demons. Yao Si sneered, "I knew it." Just now, the assassin was able to silently approach Yu Si. And it wasn't until he made a move that Yao Si became aware of his existence. Other than shadow demons, no other clan was able to achieve this. Shadow demons were extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, the assassin earlier was a half-saint. If it wasn't because Xianxia had been keeping guard on the side, Yu Si would have suffered a severe setback. Certainly, he wouldn't get killed as he had some life-saving treasures, but he would become battered. While they were speaking, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared in a place that was a few thousand kilometers away. Like a giant, the figure's head seemed to have reached the sky as he stood firmly on the ground. However, the figure appeared somewhat see-through, so it was apparent that it wasn't a real person. Anyone would be shocked to realize that the figure looked just like Serene Soul Great Emperor. Some time ago, Serene Soul Great Emperor had left to chase race after one of the demon saints, so it was impossible that he was still on the battlefield. The figure that was a few thousand kilometers away must be the result of one of the army commanders using the Great Emperor's divine ability inside their command token. Nevertheless, Serene Soul Great Emperor's phantom soon disappeared from their sight. Looking from afar, those from the 61st Army understood that the 5 shadow demons must have fled from the battlefield and dispersed to assassinate different army commanders. The 61st Army had Xianxia as a protector, so the shadow demon who had come to kill Yao Si was forced to retreat. On the other hand, the other army commanders didn't have someone like Xianxia to protect them. At the most critical moment, the army commander over there had no choice but to activate the divine ability stored inside his command token. However, it wasn't certain whether the army commander was still alive. Noticing Yu Si's concern, Inflate cupped his fists. "Sir, I'm willing to go over and investigate the situation." Yao Si gave it a thought and nodded, "Be careful and come back quickly." Inflate nodded his head as a huge pair of black wings expanded from his back. Following a howl of wind, he shot into the sky and headed in that direction. Yao Si stopped paying attention to the incident a few thousand kilometers away as he turned back to the battlefield where the 61st Army was fighting. Presently, the demons were powerless to resist the 61st Army's charge. The first 3 divisions darted around while Raging Flood Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flower, and Spirit Snake were keeping a tight perimeter. Even those from Heavenly Phoenix Division, who were responsible for military enforcement, had charged towards the battlefield under the leadership of Lu Yen and Su Yen.
More than 900,000 people were having a life-or-death battle within a radius of a few dozen kilometers around this area. The ground was covered in red mud as corpses could be seen everywhere. After just a moment of observation, Yao Si knew that the outcome had been decided. It was just a matter of time before the 61st Army killed all 600,000 enemies. A moment later, Inflate returned, and upon noticing Yao Si's attention, he immediately reported, "The other 4 shadow demons have shown up, but they haven't managed to kill anyone." Besides the army commander of the 47th Army, Ma Qing, who was severely injured by one of the assassins, the other 3 assassins failed in their attempts. Yao Si nodded gently. "Is his life at risk?" Inflate replied, "Sir, may rest assured. When I arrived at that place, the matriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, Mu Na, was already treating him. Even though he won't recover quickly, he isn't at risk of losing his life at any moment. That's for the best." Inflate turned his head to look at the battlefield that was hustling with noises. Then he shifted his attention to Yao Si with a fervent gaze. "Sir, now that there's no mystery as to what the outcome would be, do you think—" Yao Si put on a smile. "You want to kill some enemies?" Inflate replied, "It's boring to watch from the side. After all, he was a monster king who loved to kill." However, he was appointed by Yang Kai to be the division commander of the Flying Hawk division that was responsible for collecting and disseminating information. Now that the demons were on the losing side, though, there was no need for information exchange. Therefore, he wanted to go to the battlefield and satisfy his killing intent. After giving it a thought, Yao Si waved his hand and said nothing. An elated Inflate said, "Many thanks, sir." Then he turned around and joyfully shot towards the battlefield. In just a short moment, he reached his destination, and as he clawed at his enemies, blood was seen spurting out of their bodies. The epic battle lasted for the entire night. When no more demons could be seen on the battlefield, those from the 61st Army slowly calmed down. Looking around, they realized that all of them were engulfed in murderous intent, and every one of them seemed to have just emerged from a sea of blood. The red on their bodies belonged to their enemies, as well as their own. After a moment of silence, all of them started cheering so loudly that the sky seemed to be shaking. As the sounds of the drums were heard, they returned to their camp to recuperate. Then, they began counting the number of people who had lost their lives. As Yao Si listened to the report, he nodded lightly. Faced with an army that was 2 times larger than their own, the 61st Army had showcased unimaginable resilience. The price they had to pay was 30,000 lives for defeating 600,000 enemies. This number was within Yao Si's expectation and acceptable range. However, most of those who had survived were injured. Even though the first battle for the 61st Army was over, the war between the 2 great worlds raged on. The dragon continuously swirled around the 2 worlds' passage to kill the invaders. However, there didn't seem to come a day when all the demons would be killed, as an inexhaustible number of demons continued to spurt out of the black hole. Even though the coiling dragon grand formation was formed by more than 20 armies, with over 10 million soldiers powering it, there had been several times when it showed signs of collapsing under such intense pressure. Some of the demons would be released from the grand formation to ease the burden on it, and the other armies, who had been standing guard outside the formation, would react quickly to clear out the escaped demons. After just 1 day of rest, the gap that was facing the 61st Army in the grand formation was opened up again. However, the number of demons that had been released was smaller than previously, as there were only about 200,000 of them. 1 day of rest had allowed them to become energized again as they confronted their enemies. At the end of the day, they managed to destroy the demons after paying a small price. At that instant, the army's morale had been boosted as some of the monster kings loudly asked Yu Si to inform Li Wu Yi to release more demons to them. Certainly, Yu Si directly rejected this kind of ridiculous demand. These powerful monster kings were excited at the moment, as killing the demons was just like cutting vegetables for them. Even the demon kings were easily defeated by them. However, not everyone from the 61st Army was a monster king. Even though most of them were strong, they were not that powerful. After 2 battles, regardless of whether they were injured or not, everyone needed time to restore their energy. Frequent battles were not beneficial to the armies at all. In order to kill more demons, they had to take a rest from time to time. Certainly, Both Li Wuyi and Yao Si understood this. With that said, the people from the 61st Army as well as the other armies that were keeping guard outside the Grand Formation had some time to rest. But what about those in the formation? With a worried expression, Yao Si looked at the crouching dragon on the battlefield. If the Two Worlds passage wasn't sealed again, the coiling dragon Grand Formation would eventually be worn down by the demons. By then, no would be able to stop the demons from devastating the star boundary. As time passed, Yao Si could clearly feel that the formation had been weakened. The most obvious sign was that the gaps in the formation had been opened up more frequently. Barely half a day after the second battle, the 61st Army was faced with their third battle. This time, only 100,000 demons were released from the formation. However, it was more difficult to deal with this smaller number of enemies than the previous 200,000. It couldn't be helped, as the 61st Army had gone through 2 battles in a short period of time. Even though they were still enthusiastic, they were exhausted. On the other hand, the coiling dragon Grand Formation was overburdened. The formation might appear to be running smoothly, but that was because the shamans had continuously been using bloodlust spells to ignite everyone's potential. Life Chains was also a ticking time bomb. With the Life Chain's blessing, even though the damage they suffered would be equally shared, it would accumulate and explode at some point. When the Life Chains collapsed, the formation would as well. According to Yao Si's estimation, the formation could only last for 2 more days. If they couldn't come up with a solution in 2 days, they would have no choice but to retreat. By then, billions of demons would be free to storm into the star boundary and the Western Territory would quickly be lost. Within the 61st Army, only the 30,000 people from the Color Guard were in perfect condition. It wasn't that UC didn't have the heart to let the Color Guard join the battle. However, after a few days of intense battle, he wanted to keep the Color Guard as a trump card, which might become incredibly useful at the most critical moment. Seeing as the Grand Formation was deteriorating, Yao Si was hesitating whether he should get the Color Guard to join the battlefield. But just then, an agitated voice could be heard saying, "Junior brother?" Yao Si turned around and saw a familiar face. Then he said through clenched teeth, "Sir, you're finally back." It was Xianning Chong who called out to her junior brother as Yang Kai appeared beside her. Yang Kai flashed a gentle smile at her, but it wasn't the right time to have a chat with her. With a helpless expression, he said, "I just saw your message. Then I immediately rushed over. What's the situation now?" After he finished speaking, he took a look at the battlefield and became astounded. Even though he had taken part in the Two Worlds Great War before, he hadn't seen such a magnificent sight. More than 10 years ago, he had led an army to fend off the demons in Tiger Roar City, but that paled when compared to the scene before his eyes. Knowing that it wasn't the right time to reprimand him, Yao Si suppressed his anger and said, "Sir, just like what you can see, the coiling dragon Grand Formation is on the brink of collapsing, and all the armies are exhausted. If we don't come up with a solution quickly, defeat is inevitable." Yao Si appeared discontent when he was speaking. The fact that Yang Kai had managed to seal off the Two Worlds passage in the past had earned them more than 10 years for all the armies in the 4 territories to get prepared. However, as soon as they were confronted by the demons, they ended up in such a state, which was why Yao Si was frustrated. It wasn't that the human soldiers were weak, but rather that the demon realm didn't seem to care how many lives they lost to achieve their goals. No one had expected that the demons would be so crazed. If they couldn't cut off the source where the demons were coming from, there would come a time when the coiling dragon Grand Formation collapsed. Upon hearing Yao Si's explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Then he nodded slightly. "I'll head over." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward as his figure faded. Xianning Chong hadn't managed to tell him to be careful before he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already moved for 1,000 kilometers and arrived on the battlefield. He came across a demon king that was just 10 meters away. Seeing Yang Kai, the demon king appeared puzzled as he didn't understand why a person had appeared all of a sudden. Nevertheless, he soon recognized who the person was as he shouted, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai had become famous during his stay in the demon realm, and he had visited almost every continent. He was also the center of attention in the war on Eternal Sky Continent, so it wasn't surprising that the Demon King could recognize him at first glance. Right after the Demon King shouted, he realized that he was in trouble. Even though he was fairly powerful, He knew that it was impossible for him to escape from the demon saint's pursuit. However, the human before his eyes was able to do just that. Therefore, he immediately decided to run.
While he was doing so, Xianxia gently raised his hand and shot out a black moon blade. Wherever the moon blade went, the demons would be cut in two, and it soon reached the fleeing demon king. After a howl, the demon king pushed his demon chi and sent out a fearsome fist. In an instant, an excruciating pain could be felt coming from his hand. The black moon blade penetrated his fist and his arm before slashing across his body. Being cut through, the demon king fell into a dazed state and stared fixedly at Xianxia. After he muttered something, his body separated into two and blood started spurting out. As a consequence, his 5 viscera and 6 organs were scattered on the ground. Without sparing the demon king a second glance, Xianxia activated his divine sense as a dark cloud surrounded him.
Buzzing sounds could be heard coming from the dark cloud. Upon closer look, anyone would be shocked to learn that the cloud was made from insects. Soul-devouring insects.
These days, Xianxia wouldn't easily use these insects because as his power increased, these insects had become less useful. They were useless when he was confronted by a formidable enemy, and they were not necessary when he was faced with weaker enemies.
However, in this situation where he was surrounded by so many weaker enemies, these insects would be immensely useful. The insects swirled around Xianxia as the buzzing sounds became louder. As his divine sense surged, he bellowed, "Go!" After the insects buzzed for a moment, they separated into more than 10 groups and flew toward the demons in all directions. Wherever they went, the demons would be killed as their knowledge seas were invaded and their souls were devoured while no physical injuries could be seen on their figures. Upon releasing the insects, Xianxia stopped caring how useful they were against the enemy. With his hands hanging low on both sides of his figure, he flicked his fingers as moon blades shot in different directions. The immensely lethal moon blades cut across a large number of demons, and because of that, they quickly fled from the scene. Xianxia ambled forward and kept sending out moon blades. Wherever he went, he would slaughter all the demons he could see. The ordinary demons wouldn't be able to close to within 100 meters of him, and the demon kings would be defeated in just 2 to 3 moves. He was pretty swift as he had moved several hundred meters in just a short moment. Wherever he went, a radius of 100 meters around him would turn into a dead zone. From a bird's-eye view, there was a path that Xianxia had taken from start to finish that was several thousand meters long and 100 or so meters wide, where not a single living demon existed. After walking and killing for a bit, Xianxia found it to be troublesome. Even though moon blades were useful, he had to personally make a move to kill the demons. Therefore, he quickly summoned the wind gourd. Following that, he opened the lid, upon which astral wind rushed out of the gourd and turned into a torrent of wind blades that shot out in a large cone shape. Swinging the wind gourd around, Xianxia slaughtered demons even faster than before. In the past, he had obtained this wind gourd from a void crack in a restricted area in Orthodoxy Temple. Now, this item proved to be immensely advantageous when killing enemies in large quantities. After he was spared the trouble of making a move personally, Xianxia just had to keep moving forward with the wind gourd in hand, and the wind blades would take care of the rest. Not many people had noticed him when he first appeared. However, as soul-devouring insects devastated the surrounding demons, followed by the appearances of moon blades and the wind gourd, Xianxia quickly became the center of attention. It was hard not to take note of him since he had killed so many demons so quickly. Standing on a spot where the dragon head was located in the formation, Li Wuyi saw the familiar figure and heaved a sigh of relief as he set himself at ease.
Xianxia had finally arrived, and it wasn't too late yet. Thus, Li Wuyi gave the order to change the grand formation as the dragon zigzagged towards Xianxia to help ease his burden. Apart from Li Wuyi, the top demon cultivators had also taken note of Xianxia.
Xianxia had devoured many of their continents and persuaded 2 demon saints and Chang Tian to betray them. After that, he had also sealed off the 2 worlds' passage. The top cultivators from the demon realm were extremely resentful of him, but they just didn't see him earlier.
Now that he had appeared, there was no way they would let him off. On the battlefield, a blood sea suddenly retracted and turned into a beam of red light before rushing towards Xianxia. In just 10 breaths' time, it had reached Xianxia as a metallic tang permeated the air and a ferocious murderous intent engulfed him. After the beam of light faded, a figure was revealed as he pounced on his target from the sky like an eagle. However, Xianxia seemed oblivious to this. On the battlefield, the cultivators, who saw the sight, exclaimed, and some of them loudly warned Xianxia of the imminent danger. Just when the figure almost reached Xianxia, another figure abruptly appeared and parried the enemy's attack. With a loud boom, the world seemed to be shaking as demon chi swept across the area. Following that, two figures separated as they hovered in the void. The enemy narrowed his eyes, and upon making out the person who helped Xianxia, he said through clenched teeth, "Baya, how dare you stop me?" Xianxia was too strong, so only half-saints were qualified to battle against him. Naturally, the person who had come over to kill him was a half-saint. There were not many half-saints in the demon realm, and all of them were famous, so even though they didn't frequently contact one another, they were all familiar with each other. That was why upon Baya's appearance, the enemy half-saint immediately recognized him. A dispassionate Baya said, "Let's just say that we don't share the same goal." Across from him, the half-saint roared, "Damn it! Don't forget that you are a demon." A helpless Baya replied, "I'm just following orders. Don't make things difficult for me." "Bastard!" The half-saint was incensed. Just when he wanted to kill Xianxia, he was stopped by Baya, who was also a demon. His eyes had turned bloodshot because countless of his fellow clansmen had lost their lives, so he stopped caring whether Baya was a demon. After a howl, he pounced on Baya and engaged him in a fierce melee. Both of them were half-saints, so they were equally matched. The battle between them could be said to be intense and eye-catching, but it wasn't easy to tell who would come out the winner. On the other hand, Xianxia had already departed as he continued forward. Wherever he went, a radius of several hundred meters around him would be emptied of all life. Despite the fact that he was on his own as he was surrounded by countless demons, no one could stop him besides the half-saints. In total, there were 3 half-saints that had come over to kill him, which went to show that the demons weren't just resentful of him. They had actually regarded him to be an arch-nemesis. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3 half-saints to stop him. The first half-saint was stopped by Baya though, while the second one was intercepted by Baizhua. For the third one, Xianxia directly released the embodiment from the sealed world bead. The 6 half-saints engaged in an intense battle that was quite conspicuous even on the battlefield that was several thousand kilometers wide. Xianxia had already reached the gigantic black hole out of which countless demons were still streaming. With a solemn expression, Xianxia fearlessly stomped his feet. As he activated his demon chi, the astral wind coming from the wind gourd became more violent. While whooshing sounds were heard, the wind blades cut through the void and shot into the black hole. In an instant, shrieks could be heard coming from the black hole. Before the demons managed to step out of the two worlds passage, they were shredded by the astral wind. Despite the size of the black hole, Xianxia was able to single-handedly block the crack, which cut off the support for the remaining demons as no new allies could emerge from the passage again. Outside the grand formation, Yaoxi, who was together with the color guard, was waiting anxiously as the scouts from the Flying Hawk Division continuously came over to brief him on the situation at the front line. Just then, a scout flew over and fell on one knee before cupping his fists. "Sir, the army commander has arrived at the Two Worlds Passage and cut off the demon's reinforcements." Upon hearing that, Yaoxi rose from the chair as he could barely contain his excitement. Unable to hold it in anymore, he shouted, "Good!" After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and yelled, "Standard bearer!" A shocked Fu Ling quickly summoned the blood-colored flag. At that instant, the kilometer-long flag fluttered in the air as though the entire sky had been dyed crimson. An energetic UC pointed at the front. "Color guard, hear my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and assist the army commander." All the soldiers from the color guard cheered as their voices reverberated across the sky. After a few days of intense battles, 9 divisions of the 61st Army made significant contributions. Even the Flying Hawk Division, which was responsible for collecting information, had joined the war effort. Only those from the color guard had remained behind, which was why they were now quite anxious. Upon receiving Yaoxi's order, they immediately became excited. There were 30,000 members of the color guard in total. Besides Qiongqi, a top master who wasn't part of the army, the division commanders Yang Shao and Yang Shao were also not weak.
Most of the people in the division were Sea clan members who were from the East Sea.
Over the past 10 years, Xianxia and Yangshui had been searching for Flowing Time Great Emperor's remains, and they had managed to take in some Sea clan members as well.
There were a lot of top cultivators within the Sea clan, so they now had more than 30 monster kings who were just like Bang Banger. This kind of rising force might not be able to significantly affect the course of the war, but they were peerless in a small area. After a few days of holding back, the color guard finally made a move as the flag flew high in the sky.
Presently, all other 9 divisions were still battling against the demons who had just been released from the Grand Formation. Just like starving wolves, the color guard charged toward the battlefield and destroyed any demon they came across. The 61st Army was already in an advantageous position, so with the color guard's intervention, they were invincible. In just an hour, the dust finally settled, and before the 61st Army were demon corpses that had been piled up like mountains. The 61st Army cheered their success. While Yao Si adjusted their war force, he sent someone to inform Li Wuyi about what happened. A moment later, Li Wuyi replied with only one word, "Wait." After that, they decided to recuperate outside the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation. Some of them took the spirit pills that they had brought with them, while the injured ones treated their wounds and meditated. Inside the Two Worlds Passage, Yang Kai used the wind gourd in his hand to kill the demons that were rushing over from the demon realm, while to the side, Zhui Feng and Di Li were locked in a fierce battle. Originally, Di Li was a half-saint that served under Yu Rumeng. Besides Bai Zhua, he was regarded highly by Yu Rumeng, and he was fairly powerful as well. However, before the war on Eternal Sky Continent, he partnered up with Yu Sang and Yin Si to create a chance for Yu Sang to kill Yang Kai. Nevertheless, they had underestimated Yang Kai's strength and background, so instead of achieving his goal, he invited trouble to himself.
On Eternal Sky Continent, Yu Sang was killed on the spot after Bright Moon Great Emperor cut him down with his sword, while Yin Si and Di Li had escaped with their lives. Nonetheless, Yang Kai then headed to Yin Si's territory on his own and killed her.
2 of the half-saints that had targeted Yang Kai on Eternal Sky Continent had lost their lives. Di Li was worried that Yu Rumeng would come to settle accounts with him too, so after that great battle he betrayed her and submitted to another demon saint. There hadn't been any news about him since then. This time, he had come with the demon soldiers to keep watch on the Two Worlds Passage to prevent any unnecessary trouble. After Yang Kai entered the passage, he was immediately confronted by Di Li. Di Li had always been resentful of Yang Kai. The reason he even betrayed Yu Rumeng was him. Now that they had bumped into one another, he had nothing else to say as he was determined to kill him. Yang Kai had no other choice but to release Zhui Feng to deal with him.
At this point, he had summoned all 4 half-saints that had been hiding in the small sealed world, and he had no more trump cards left. If he came across any half-saint again, he would have to turn around and seek Li Wuyi's help. Fortunately, there weren't too many half-saints in the demon realm. Most of them had joined the war, but they were mostly held up on the battlefield. 4 of them were battling against the half-saints that worked for Yang Kai, so there were no more half-saints left to kill him. Inside the passage, Di Li was flustered as he tried his hardest to break through Zhui Feng's defense, but he was unable to do that. Even though Zhui Feng didn't have high intelligence, he was truly powerful.
When Yang Kai came across Zhui Feng on the 100 Spirits continent in the past, the Lotus Sisters had told him that once there was a half-saint that had offended Zhui Feng somehow and was then hunted down by Zhui Feng for the next 3 years.
The half-saint was eventually beaten to a pulp and wound up bedridden for years after. Despite the fact that Di Li was formidable, he was just an ordinary half-saint, which was why he was wary of Zhui Feng, who seemed to have gone mad with rage.
1 demon and 1 beast, both of them half-saints, were having a life-or-death battle in the Two Worlds Passage. The fallout from this battle affected many demons, killing a large number of them and inadvertently assisting Yang Kai. Presently, Yang Kai was surrounded by rippling space principles. As he lifted his hand, the invisible space principles engulfed the entire void corridor and caused the dark passageway to destabilize. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai was already able to seal off the passage when he fled from the demon realm. Over the past years, he had been practicing world refinement, so his mastery of the Tao of space was already much stronger than in the past. The connection between the 2 great worlds was slowly being cut off, and the gigantic black hole in the air was visibly shrinking.
The sight was conspicuous, so the millions of humans and demons were able to see it clearly. The expressions of the top demon cultivators changed drastically. Earlier, they saw Yang Kai storming into the Two Worlds passage on his own, and upon seeing the transformation the passage was going through, they immediately realized what he had done. Upon that realization, they quickly returned to the passage. Certainly, Li Wu-yi wouldn't allow that to happen. When Yang Kai dashed into the passage earlier, he had already ordered a change in the coiling dragon grand formation. Initially, the dragon head and tail were connected as it circled around the battlefield. However, now, with the dragon head leading the way, the formation zigzagged and reached the passage. The first army took the initiative to defend the passage so that no demons could come near it. Outside the passage, Li Wu-yi and the grand formation were fending off the demons. Inside the passage, Yang Kai was destroying the demons with his wind gourd. No one else could stop Yang Kai besides the half-saints.
In just an incense stick of time, the humongous black hole shrunk by half. Half an hour later, it diminished by half again. 1 hour later, the black hole became only several dozen meters wide. Yang Kai emerged from the black hole and stood beside the passage at that point. As he raised his hand, space principles could be seen churning around him, while a few kilometers away, Zhue Feng and Di Li were still locked in an intense battle. Li Wu-yi, who was battling against a half-saint, felt the fluctuations behind him and turned to look in that direction before he put on a helpless smile. There was no need for any comparison. By just feeling the fluctuations of the principles, he knew that Yang Kai had already surpassed him when it came to mastery over the Tao of space. Then he stopped smiling and shifted his attention back to the half-saint. The star boundary had descended into turmoil, so it was a good thing that Yang Kai had achieved such a breakthrough. After just 10 breaths, the several dozen meter wide black hole contracted and became a black dot as small as the eye of a needle. Then Yang Kai directly grabbed at it. When he spread his palm, the small black dot had disappeared. The Two Worlds passage that had been connected by Kenyi using his own body as a bridge existed for only a few days before it was sealed off by Yang Kai again. When the human cultivators saw this on the battlefield, they started cheering, their voices as loud as thunder. They might not be privy to important decisions in the military, but they had been on the battlefield for a long time, so they understood what was going on. As long as the Two Worlds passage still existed, more demons would continue pouring out of it to replace the fallen ones. It was an advantage that the humans didn't have. The coiling dragon grand formation was overburdened and was at risk of collapsing at any moment. Once that happened, the human armies inside the formation would either be injured or killed. Now that Yang Kai had cut off the support for the demons and eased the burden for the humans, naturally they were excited. With a smile, Li Wu-yi gave an order to his subordinate, "Open up the formation." The first army's flag was immediately erected and swung in the air in a particular manner. The next instant, gaps started opening up in the formation. Seeing that, the demons became elated and charged towards the gaps. They had seen that the Two Worlds passage had been sealed off, so they knew that they were in trouble. Now that gaps had finally opened up in the formation, which was usually closed up tight, they certainly had to run for their lives. Nevertheless, before they even dashed out of the gaps, they were confronted by even more human armies. Over 20 human armies had been waiting outside the formation, and as soon as the gaps were opened up, they stormed into the formation. The demons were stunned upon seeing this, while the human armies all appeared ferocious. Earlier, these armies were just keeping guard outside the formation as they waited for the demons to be released from the formation. Now they had taken the initiative to charge in. One party was proactive while the other party was unsuspecting, which was why there was a gap between their morale. More than 20 human armies stormed into the formation from all directions. In an instant, countless demons were killed. More human forces had joined the war, so it was apparent to anyone that it was just a matter of time before the humans won the battle. After the armies hurtled into the array, the grand formation was closed up again as it surrounded the battlefield. As the blood-colored flag flapped in the air, the 61st Army soldiers streamed into the battlefield like a torrent of steel and iron. Wherever they went, all the demons would be crushed or killed. Yao Si was leading the way while Yang Xiao and Yang Shui followed him. Qiong Qi kept his hands in his sleeves with a calm expression.
He didn't seem to have made any move, but once the demons came within a 10 meters radius of him, they would be sent flying backwards by an intangible force as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. A moment later, they finally reunited with Yang Kai. Yao Si cupped his fists and greeted, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at Di Li, who was still fighting with Zhui Feng. With a sneer, he commanded, "Kill him." After he finished speaking, he dashed towards Di Li, and he was followed by Lu Yen. As she flew forward, her petite figure appeared to be graceful, her big eyes as pure as water. A shocked Di Li immediately decided to make a feint and fled from the scene before mingling with the other demons. Looking in the direction Di Li had fled, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and decided not to pursue him. The battlefield was chaotic now, so it was difficult to run after him. Moreover, Di Li was a half-saint, so he wasn't easy to kill. Therefore, Yang Kai decided not to end Di Li's life for now and instead turned to lead the 61st Army to destroy the other demons. The dust had finally settled, literally. All 55 armies had gathered together and they were surrounded by the Grand Formation. The demons had been trapped, and they couldn't flee in any direction. There was no more hope for them as they would all eventually be killed. Just then, a long howl was suddenly heard coming from somewhere on the battlefield. His voice was so loud that it was as though a bolt of lightning had just struck the ground. All the human masters frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see a sturdy figure hovering in the sky. His hair and eyes were as red as blood. Such conspicuous features suggested that he was a blood demon. When the howl stopped, more than 20 figures shot up from all directions and gathered by the blood demon's side. All these demons exuded harrowing demon chi, so it was apparent that they were all half-saints. "Sir." Yang Kai moved and approached Li Wuyi with a solemn expression as he gazed at the half-saints. Just when the demons were on the verge of total defeat, the half-saints suddenly gathered together in some kind of formation. No one knew what they were up to. Li Wuyi shook his head to motion for him to keep watching. The great emperors weren't around, but so many half-saints had joined forces, so they had to act carefully. The half-saints hovered behind the blood demon, who gazed at Li Wuyi from a distance. Apparently, he knew that Li Wuyi was the leader of the human armies here. A moment later, the blood demon flashed a hideous smile at Li Wuyi and made a cutthroat gesture. "How childish!" Yang Kai sneered. On the other hand, Li Wuyi remained unfazed. To their surprise, after the blood demon was done with making the gesture, he turned into a beam of red light and engulfed all the half-saints before shooting into the sky. Li Wuyi's expression changed as he yelled, "Stop them!" In an instant, countless humans shot into the sky as the lights of their secret techniques and artifacts engulfed the beam of red light. However, they were unable to stop it. The red light only twisted for a bit to dodge the attacks and broke the siege before it became a small dot in the distance. Of all the demon clans, shadow demons were best at concealment. However, when it came to fleeing, blood demons were unrivaled. Their escape techniques were peerless in this world. Li Wuyi's expression turned livid as more than 20 demons had fled. The number might seem small, but those were all half-saints. If they hid in the star boundary and created trouble, the world would descend into a reign of terror. Nevertheless, no one was able to stop them now. There were many pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary as well, but after days of intense battles, they were all exhausted. Regardless of whether they were able to chase after them, it would be pointless even if they decided to do so. "I'll go," Yang Kai offered and moved forward. Seeing that, Li Wuyi hurriedly clenched the young man's shoulder and shook his head. "There's no need." Yang Kai asked, "Are we just going to let them flee?" The situation was in their favor. If they didn't kill the half-saints now, many problems would ensue. Li Wuyi explained, "What can you do even if you run after them on your own?" He grimaced and pointed at the battlefield. "We have to settle the problem here first." Yang Kai knew that Li Wuyi was right, but he still felt unresigned to let so many half-saints go. Knowing what was on his mind, Li Wuyi persuaded him by saying, "It won't be too late to hunt them down when we're done here. They're all half-saints. It won't matter if they remain hidden forever. But if they dare to show up, their whereabouts will be immediately exposed." Yang Kai nodded and said with a doubt, "Why did they flee so decisively though?" Even though the two worlds' passage had been sealed off, the demons were still able to fight back. If the battle dragged on, Those from the star boundary would have to pay a hefty price even if they could win the battle eventually. However, the half-saints decided to flee when things went south, leaving millions of demons behind, as though they had already made such a decision before coming to this place.
Without the half-saints, the demons, who were already on the losing side, were unable to even put up a fight against the human cultivators anymore.
It could be said that even though the fact that the half-saints had fled had created a potential trouble for the star boundary, it had actually helped with the present war. It was indeed a big sacrifice to make if that was how they decided to save themselves. Furthermore, what Li Wuyi had said wasn't unfounded. Demons were constantly surrounded by demon qi, which was a conspicuous feature.
It wouldn't have mattered if they remained hidden, but once they showed up, masters from the star boundary would swiftly move to besiege them, so it wasn't really a big deal to let them go for now.
While he was pondering on the demon's true intention, though, Li Wuyi suddenly frowned. This is bad. A shocked Xianxia followed his gaze, only to see demon qi surging on the battlefield. Countless demons seemed to have gone mad as they attacked all the living creatures around them. Their targets were not limited to human cultivators, as they had even started harming their own companions. Whether they were common demon soldiers, demon generals, demon great generals, or even demon kings, in just a short moment, their eyes had gone completely bloodshot. They didn't seem to recognize their companions anymore, as all they did was kill. The demons, who were already on the losing side, became even weaker. Even though the half-saints had left, the remaining demons were still a force to be reckoned with. However, they seemed to have gone insane as they started killing one another.
Li Wuyi and Xianxia were dumbfounded upon seeing this, not to mention the human soldiers who were still battling against the demons. In just a few breaths' time, countless demons had lost their lives.
Li Wuyi and Xianxia traded glances as they saw the shock and puzzlement behind one another's gazes. However, it wasn't the right time to ponder on the root of the problem. Li Wuyi immediately began passing down orders through his flag. Xianxia also moved and returned to the 61st Army.
"Sir, what's going on?" Xiaoxi asked anxiously. He had seen what was going on, so he was baffled as well. "I don't know. We need to withdraw for now." Xianxia looked around and found the spot with the smallest concentration of demons before leading his army to charge forward in that direction.
As they killed more demons along the way, they were drenched in blood, and their murderous intent seemed able to fill the sky. The 61st Army and all other armies saw Li Wuyi's flag and started retreating. On the battlefield, all 55 armies turned into crushing tidal waves that washed over and destroyed any demons that barred their path, soon breaking free from the engagement. The armies consecutively left the battlefield, with Li Wuyi's first army being the last one to retreat. Turning around, they realized that the slaughter on the battlefield hadn't stopped. The only difference was that there were only demons left on the battlefield. As the midnight breeze whisked across them, the star boundary forces felt chills running down their spines. What is going on?" Xie Wuwei muttered. No one knew what was happening, as Xianxia couldn't provide an answer either. No one could have expected such a turn of events. The Coiling Dragon Grand Formation had been disbanded, as Li Wuyi, from the First Army, was puzzled as well. None of them was prepared to welcome such a sudden victory, and it was because of this suddenness that they felt uneasy. If things kept up, the demons would eventually kill themselves off. After giving it a thought, Xianxia turned to look at Baiye and Baizhua. The two demons were perplexed as to why Xianxia was staring at them and asked, "What's wrong? Are both of you fine?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia wanted to ask them why the other demons had gone mad, but the two half-saints shook their heads, and even the embodiment didn't show any signs of anomaly. After a moment of silence, Xianxia raised his hand and summoned two people. The second region had been separated from the small sealed world and became a star in the lower star field, but many demons still lived in the third region. Boya, Huoluan, and Emoshang were among them. Boya had been following Xianxia for a long time now, while Huoluan was forcefully stuffed into the small sealed world by him as his first test subject. As for Emoshang, there were no problems with his background, but Xianxia had a feeling that something was off with this man.
So, when he released the demon kings and half-saints from the small sealed world in the past, he kept Emoshang inside and told Boya to keep watch on him. Now, Xianxia had summoned Boya and Huoluan to test his theory.
After the pair appeared, They became confused for a moment before they saluted Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could ask anything, however, Boya suddenly grunted in pain as her face contorted. Huoluan was in an even worse situation as his eyes had turned bloodshot. With demon chi roiling around him, he directly tried to land a palm on Boya. Yang Kai was well prepared though, so he stopped him before he could hurt Boya. He single-handedly clenched Huoluan and pushed his demon chi to seal off the latter's cultivation. Huoluan seemed oblivious to the fact that he had been captured by Yang Kai as his expression remained hideous and ferocious. It was as though he was determined to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. Everyone was stunned, while Baizhua and Baya stared at Huoluan with solemn expressions.
Sir. Boya bit her lip until it started bleeding. She seemed to be in pain as though she was resisting something. Both of them were also mid-rank demon kings, but Huoluan was clearly much weaker, so he had succumbed to madness quicker. Even though Boya could still resist, clearly it wouldn't be long before she was driven insane, as well as her eyes had already started reddening. Seeing that, Yang Kai finally realized what had happened. Pushing his divine sense, he put both of them inside the small sealed world. After that, the redness in Boya's eyes started fading as she came to her senses. However, her clothes were already soaked in sweat, sticking close to her luscious figure. Appearing rather lethargic, Boya was panting heavily as though she had just gone through an intense battle.
It was the same case for Huoluan. His eyes stopped appearing red, and seeing Boya kneeling on the ground and panting, he asked in puzzlement, "What just happened?" He couldn't remember anything he had done. Boya ignored him because Yang Kai's voice was ringing in her ear. He was asking about what had happened, and after giving it a thought, Boya replied in a weakened voice. "Just now, I heard a voice speaking directly into my head, and then I couldn't control myself anymore."
If I stayed there any longer, she would have lost her mind and become unable to recognize her friends and family anymore, just like Huoluan. At the thought of this, she shuddered because nothing was more terrifying than losing control of one's body and mind. It would be like becoming a puppet without free will, a fate worse than death. What kind of voice was it? Yang Kai asked. Boya shook her head as she had no idea. Yang Kai asked a few more questions, but he had to give up in the end. Outside the small sealed world, Yang Kai told the two half-saints what he had just discovered, and upon hearing his explanation, Baizhua and Baya turned pale at the same time.
Baizhua concluded, "So, this sudden turn of events was caused by someone." Boya could hear a voice speaking in her mind. Then her temperament started changing. It was obviously someone's doing. However, who could be powerful enough to influence so many demons all at once? The reason he and Baya were unaffected was because their cultivation was strong. Below half-saints though, even demon kings couldn't resist the power of the voice. That was the reason Boya and Huoluan were immediately affected after they were released from the small sealed world.
Can the demon saints do such a thing? Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked. Baizhua and Baya traded glances and fell silent for a moment.
Then, Baizhua replied, "All holy venerables possess their own divine abilities, and we're not able to speculate how powerful they truly are." He didn't really answer Yang Kai's question as, apparently, they couldn't be sure which demon saint was behind this. However, it shouldn't have been possible because all 10 demon saints had fled together not long after they appeared some time ago. If they had left behind any tricks, there was no way the great emperors wouldn't have noticed. Even though they had no idea what the demon saints were up to, they had figured out why the demons had gone mad at the very least. Just when Yang Kai was preparing to inform Li Wuyi about what had happened, his expression changed as he said, "Damn it. Sir, why do you look anxious?" Xianxia asked. "Where's Ru Meng and the others?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan and asked. All of their expressions changed drastically when they heard what he asked.
Presently, besides the demons from the demon realm and all 55 human armies, there was another vast army in the Western Territory that hadn't participated in this battle, the soldiers under Ru Meng, Bai Liamo, and Chang Tian's command.
This army not only included the top cultivators that worked under the 3 demon saints when they were still in the demon realm in the past, but also many that the demon saints had taken in recent years. There were 2 million people in total in this army. However, since they were all demons, Li Wuyi didn't have confidence in deploying them on this day, so they were told to stay put.
Presently, all the demons on the battlefield had become insane as they couldn't even recognize their own companions. Even the 2 demon kings that Xianxia had summoned from the small sealed world were not spared this fate. As such, they wouldn't dare to imagine what the 2 million troops had become. Upon hearing Xianxia's question, Su Yan quickly pointed in a particular direction. The next instant, Xianxia disappeared from the spot as his voice still reverberated around, informed Supreme Commander Li about it now. A few thousand kilometers away, the base of Yu Rumeng and the others had become a mess. When Xianxia arrived at the place, the 2 million demons could be heard howling and screaming. The base had been turned upside down. Countless demon corpses were scattered everywhere, and the ground had been dyed crimson. All the demons, whose eyes had reddened, had gone mad as they ragingly destroyed everything around them. Seeing that, Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh as these demons were not spared the calamity. Amidst the chaos, about 30 figures had gathered together as they hovered in the sky. All of them were dumbfounded, and their gazes were filled with puzzlement and sorrow. They were all half-saints. Some of these half-saints had been working under Yu Rumeng and the other 2 demon saints, while some of them were abducted by Xianxia when he was devouring flame demon Saint Qian's territories. These half-saints were loyal to Qian, but they were now in the hands of Yu Rumeng and the others. Certainly, they had many ways to make sure that these half-saints wouldn't betray them. At this moment, just like Bai Zhua and Bai Ye, these half-saints were not affected one bit. However, they were dumbstruck by what had happened to the army. Unless they killed all 2 million people, they were unable to stop so many people going mad at the same time. Nevertheless, could they kill them all? They wouldn't even know how to explain themselves when the demon saints returned. On the other hand, there were about 100 people who had sat down with their legs crossed, demon chi roiling around them. These demons seemed to be shaking violently, and as Xianxia scanned them with his divine sense, he realized that they were all high-rank demon kings. Obviously, they had been affected as well. Nonetheless, they had strong cultivation, so they hadn't lost their minds yet as they resisted the influence with difficulty. However, judging from the state they were in, Xianxia reckoned that they couldn't persevere much longer. If this dragged on, it was just a matter of time before they became insane. Following that, he moved and appeared above those high-rank demon kings as he bellowed, "Don't resist!" As he aimed his palm at them, his divine sense engulfed all the high-rank demon kings like a tidal wave. When he retracted his hand, all these demon kings, who were resisting the madness with difficulty earlier, had disappeared as they had been put inside the small sealed world. "Sir!" The Lotus Sisters flew over and pleaded with him as though he was their last hope. "Sir, please save them. We don't know why they've become like this all of a sudden." Xianxia nodded and didn't waste any time. "I've come over for this reason." After he finished speaking, he raised his hands as several dozen beams of light shot toward the half-saints. Every one of them had exactly one. Upon grabbing them, the half-saints realized that they were just longan-sized beads with no energy fluctuations. Not knowing what these were for, they gazed at Xianxia in puzzlement. "I'm sure all of you know about my sealed world bead. These beads are similar artifacts. They can keep living creatures inside of them, and they can be used even without refining them. Move quickly and save as many of them as you can." Upon hearing that, the half-saints were elated as they clenched their world beads. Xianxia also dashed towards the demons and searched his divine sense. Wherever he went, a large number of demons would disappear as they were thrown into the small sealed world. There were some particulars Xianxia had to adhere to if he wanted to move living creatures inside the sealed world bead. If the other party didn't resist, it wouldn't take him much effort as he just had to open up the world barrier and send them inside. If the other party wasn't cooperative, however, he had to expend a lot more energy. Depending on how powerful the other party was, the energy that would be needed varied too. If the target was more powerful than Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to do anything about them. He still remembered when he put the gigantic embodiment inside the small sealed world the first time, causing a complete exhaustion of his spiritual energy. World beads were imitations of the sealed world bead, so the same rule applied. None of the demons that had gone mad at the scene were more powerful than the half-saints, so they could easily utilize the world beads in their hands. On the other hand, Xianxia's soul cultivation was much greater than the average half-saints, so even if those demons were not cooperative, it wouldn't slow down Xianxia in keeping them inside the small sealed world one bit. With Xianxia leading the way,
the half-saints dispersed around the battlefield. Using the beads in their hands, they hurriedly put the insane demons away. A moment later, Xianxia had the sealed world bead assume its gun form. Its gigantic figure covered the entire sky, and as it opened its hideous mouth, it devoured many demons with just one bite. However, they were in the star boundary, so Xianxia didn't dare to let Gun devour everything as it pleased. If Gun gobbled up any part of the world, he would become an eternal sinner to the star boundary. Therefore, despite Gun's appearance, the problem in front of Xianxia couldn't be solved quickly. Furthermore, all 2 million demons had begun to scatter, so it was difficult to swiftly put them all inside the small sealed world. The half-saints were anxious as they diligently carried out their tasks. They knew that for every clansman they put away, more lives were saved. However, their energy wasn't inexhaustible. Despite the fact that they were half-saints, they had to expend an unimaginable amount of energy to take in the demons when they were resisting.
Soon, all the half-saints turned pale as they had expended too much spiritual energy. Nevertheless, they had only managed to save about half of the demons on the battlefield. Fortunately, at this point, Li Wui had arrived with many of the army commanders behind him. Upon learning what had happened in the 61st Army's base and that Xianxia had come over to this place, he immediately realized what was happening. Swiftly, he gave the order for the armies to stay put while the army commanders followed him. When they arrived at this place, they happened to see that the half-saints had all turned pale. Upon Xianxia's explanation about the current situation, Li Wui picked out more than 30 army commanders who had stronger soul cultivation to replace the half-saints to continue putting people into the world beads. After a long day, they finally managed to store all the demons that were still alive and heaved a sigh of relief. Hovering in the sky, Xianxia looked down at the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood and sighed. They hadn't done a count yet, but after the incident, at least 500,000 out of 2 million demons here had surely lost their lives. Basically, 25% of their forces were gone. This kind of loss was unfathomable and ineffable. Xianxia was busy just now, so it wasn't until this moment that he was free to find out what had been going on inside the small sealed world. Upon realizing that the demons, who had just been put inside the small sealed world, had regained their senses and stopped attacking one another, he was able to set his mind at ease. He reckoned that the situations in the world beads must be the same as that in the small sealed world. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter, as he had never expected that the world beads that he had spent so much effort to refine would become useful so soon, and in such a way. "Sir." The Lotus sisters flew over as they adjusted their breathing. Even though they hadn't fully restored themselves, they no longer looked pale. "Where is Sir and the 2 holy venerables?" Xianxia replied, "All 10 demon saints have arrived, so they've gone to pursue them." The Lotus sisters were shocked upon hearing this and asked, "Sir, Do you know what happened just now?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know what exactly happened. A demon king told me that she suddenly heard a voice in her head, then she started losing her rationality." The expressions of the sisters changed again as they traded glances. They found it inconceivable because they hadn't heard any voice. Nevertheless, they knew that Xianxia wouldn't lie to them. "We have to look into the matter before coming to any conclusions. I'll ask the holy venerables about it when they return." The Lotus sisters nodded as all they could do was wait. Seeing as Li Wui beckoned to him, Xianxia flew over. Li Wui narrowed his eyes at the army commanders as he spoke. "Why are you holding on to the beads? Return them to Xianxia now. He has to transfer the demons that have just been put inside." All of the army commanders traded glances as they didn't seem to have the intention of giving the beads back. Some of them grinned at Li Wui while some of them looked fervently at Xianxia. They had just had a taste of the wonders of the world beads, so they were not willing to return them to Xianxia. Obviously, they wished they could keep the beads forever. Knowing what was on their minds, Xianxia smiled helplessly. "I was short on time, so I haven't managed to create adequate beads. When I'm free, I'll make more so that every army will have one." However, all of them remained unmoving. Since there were not enough beads, it meant that some of them would have to give up the beads for now. All of them wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on the beads. "All of you are grown men and women.
Masters who have lived for thousands of years.
Do you have no shame at all? Li Wui scolded fiercely. Seeing that, the army commanders reluctantly passed the world beads back to Yang Kai. Every world bead contained a lot of demons, so it took Yang Kai quite some time to transfer all of them to the small sealed world.
Eventually, these world beads would be given to the army commanders, so no demons could remain behind. When it was Bing Yun's turn, Yang Kai saw her smiling faintly at him. After a cough, he transferred all the demons to his small sealed world and immediately passed the bead back to her. Senior, I'll present this to you as a gift of gratitude on Su Yan's behalf. Bing Yun said, I don't think it's appropriate. Despite what she had said, she had already taken the bead without feeling bashful. There's nothing inappropriate. Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Brat, don't forget about your seniors. When Zishan passed the bead back to Yang Kai, but he wouldn't retract his hand as he winked at the young man. A helpless Yang Kai heaved a sigh. Temple Master, please take this bead as my tribute to the temple. When Zishan guffawed, a promising young man indeed. The remaining army commanders traded glances and felt speechless at this display. Just then, an army commander walked over and said passionately, Brother Yang, I have a young disciple who is beautiful and virtuous, and she hasn't been engaged to anyone yet. She has always admired heroes like you.
I think both of you would be perfect together, and I'd like to act as a matchmaker. What do you think? The other army commanders shot him with dismissive looks, but he still appeared assertive. Men and women have to get married when they reach a suitable age. What's wrong with that? Another army commander stepped forward. Brother Yang, I have 63 unmarried women in my clan with different styles of beauty and demeanors. Why don't you visit my home when you're free? I'll summon all of them to let you choose freely. Yang Kai was rendered speechless, knowing that they truly craved the world beads in his hands, otherwise they wouldn't have embarrassed themselves in such a way. Seeing that the other people seemed to have the intention of becoming matchmakers for him as well, he hurriedly passed all the beads to Li Wui and let him be troubled instead. As expected, upon seeing that, the army commanders immediately surrounded Li Wui. They would either argue with him or plead with him in an attempt to get the beads for themselves. Upon getting himself out of the mess, Yang Kai looked at the chaotic battlefield and felt increasingly uneasy. The fact that the demons had gone mad and killed one another contributed to their victory, but it was definitely part of a bigger plot. No one could set their mind at ease before finding out what this plot was. However, the great emperors were not around, so it was extremely difficult to ascertain anything. Just then, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening, which caused his expression to change. A few billion kilometers away, above the sky of profound Frost City in the Northern Territory, two figures were silently hovering in the air. One of them appeared righteous, while the other person looked wicked. Above the sky of this little-known city, Iron Blood Great Emperor from the Star Boundary, and the strongest demon saint from the demon realm, Huang Wuji, appeared at the same time and confronted one another in silence. After a few days of chasing and trading moves which almost shattered the world around them, the pair finally arrived at this place from the Western Territory. Huang Wuji stopped in his tracks as soon as he reached this place, and with an inscrutable smile, he stared quietly at Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen looked around and released his divine sense to scan the surroundings that were within a radius of several 10,000 kilometers. He didn't understand why Huang Wuji would stop in this place. Judging from the previous circumstances, Huang Wuji seemed to have the intention of coming to this spot beforehand. But what was so special about this place that could attract a demon saint's attention? Even though Zhan Wuhen was a great emperor in the Star Boundary, he wasn't omniscient. At the very least, he couldn't figure out what the demon saints were up to, so he had no other choice but to see how things went. Recalling the sight when the demon saints first appeared, Zhan Wuhen had a feeling that an egregious plot was waiting for the Star Boundary. Huang Wuji had stopped in this place, so what about the other 9 demon saints? Where were they? What were they up to? Despite not knowing anything, Iron Blood came to the realization that the demon saints had indeed risked their lives to barge into the Star Boundary, but their moves had caused the great emperors to fall into a passive situation. It was a small city with only several 100,000 residents, with the strongest being just a few origin kings. Such a small city was poor in resources, which was why it couldn't attract top cultivators to stay. Moreover, the armies had been recruiting soldiers wantonly in recent years, so the small number of origin kings from this city had almost all joined the armies. Despite the fact that Huang Wuji and Zhan Wuhen had been staying in this place for a while, no one from the city could detect them. Since Huang Wuji didn't seem to have the intention of making a move, Zhan Wuhen decided to wait and watch as well. Faced with the strongest demon saint, he wouldn't dare to be complacent despite the fact that they were in the star boundary. Once they got into a fight, they would use their full strength, and the repercussions of the battle would spread far and wide, likely wiping this entire city off the map in the opening exchange. Unless he could discover Huang Wuji's weakness and deal a fatal blow to him in the first strike, everyone in the city would lose their lives. Their auras clashed as they confronted each other in silence. While Zhan Wenhen appeared dispassionate, Huang Wuji's expression was solemn. It wasn't that Huang Wuji was no match for Zhan Wuhen. Given a fair environment, no one could tell who would turn out to be the winner if they got into a fight. However, they were now in the star boundary where the world principles were different from those in the demon realm. Zhan Wuhen had obtained recognition from the world's will, which meant that he had the blessing of this great world. On the other hand, Huang Wuji was an invader, so the world was naturally hostile to him. Considering these factors, it seemed that he was on the weaker side now. Zhan Wuhen was confident that if Huang Wuji wasn't going to flee, he could severely injure him, though there would be a heavy price to pay in order to achieve that. Nevertheless, he didn't have the heart to condemn to death the several 100,000 people in the city below. The great emperors had obtained the star boundaries recognition, making them the guardians of this great world. If they couldn't even protect the people living here, why would the world acknowledge them? Why don't we have a talk? Zhan Wuhen broke the silence. Huang Wuji said impassively, "Are you going to lecture me or something? That's not what I meant. I just hope that there won't be any war between the two great worlds and no one else will have to die." Huang Wuji replied with a smile, "The war has been ignited and countless people from both worlds have lost their lives. Who could possibly forget this kind of blood feud? Great Emperor, do you even believe what you've said?" Zhan Wuhen said, "If you promise that the demons will leave the star boundary, seal off the two worlds' passage, and never come back again, we can forget about this war. Do you think that's possible?" Huang Wuji sneered. "We can only do our best." Normally, Zhan Wuhen would just fight it out with his enemy. This was one of the rare circumstances where he had to talk it out with his foe. However, he had no other choice as he didn't want more people to lose their lives pointlessly. "I know that the demon realm is falling apart. The reason you're invading the star boundary is that you all want a place to live. You don't necessarily have to do this, though. If there's a new world that could accommodate the demons, the war between our worlds would become unnecessary." As a great emperor, he was aware of Yang Kai's plan. The new world he just mentioned was the territory inside the sealed world bead. Huang Wuji shook his head. "Discussion is meaningless because you know nothing." Upon hearing that, Zhan Wuhen furrowed his brows. Just when he wanted to say something more, Huang Wuji suddenly spread his arms and yelled, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. All living creatures and their spirits will die. In the end, everything in this world will perish." Initially, his voice wasn't particularly loud, but as soon as he started speaking, his words reverberated around the world like the tolling of a gigantic bell. Apart from his, 9 other voices could be heard echoing his exact statement. Despite the fact that their voices were intermingled, there wasn't a sense of disorder. It was as though the same person had said the same thing in 10 different tones. At that instant, their voices could be heard by everyone in this world. Trillions of lives were astounded as they looked up at the sky, and it was at that exact moment that Yang Kai felt his chest tightening. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the army commanders had surrounded Li Wuyi in an attempt to get their hands on the world beads and were arguing with one another until their faces and necks had reddened. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. All the living creatures and their spirits will die. In the end, everything in this world will perish." The 10 voices were heard, and everyone stopped arguing as the entire world fell silent. At the same time, they all looked up into the sky. Presently, Li Wuyi and the other army commanders appeared extremely solemn. Even though their voices had been mixed together, one voice stood out in particular. They had heard Huang Wuji's voice before, so they could immediately recognize it. The voices of all 10 demon saints were suddenly heard across the star boundary, which was a horrifying fact. "Damn it!" Yang Kai turned pale and cursed. "What happened?"
Li Wuyi asked anxiously. He knew that something terrible had just occurred, but he wasn't sure what it was. Judging from Yang Kai's tone though, he seemed to have realized something. It wasn't that he was less powerful than Yang Kai, it was just that Yang Kai had inherited the world's will from Bright Moon Great Emperor, so he could somewhat sense what was going on.
The world barrier, before Yang Kai could finish speaking, his expression changed again as he looked into the distance. Demon Qi started surging from the 500,000 demon corpses nearby. This demon Qi was as thick as ink and soon formed into a giant flood dragon and shot towards the sky. Not only was this happening on the battlefield near them, it was also happening on the battlefield near the Two Worlds Passage. Only 500,000 demons, who worked under Yu Rumeng and the others, had passed away in this place. However, there were millions of corpses on the battlefield near the passage. In just a few days, the humans had killed more than 10 million demons, while the number of demons that had lost their lives from killing one another was even greater than that. Millions of demon corpses were scattered everywhere on the ground. Demon Qi could be seen rising from the dismembered corpses and converging in the same place. Looking from afar, a particular area of the sky had turned completely dark. The horrifying demon Qi then shot into the sky like a huge black column as though it was going to pierce the heavens. With a loud boom, the column exploded and turned into 10 streams of darkness before shooting off in 10 different directions, the same directions the 10 demon saints had flown off in. Li Wuyi's expression changed drastically as he fished out a space beacon and contacted Zhan Wuhen in an attempt to ask what had happened. At the same time, he informed him about the anomaly in this place. Unfortunately, he didn't get any reply from the Great Emperor. At this moment, Zhan Wuhen had no time to reply to him. Right after Huang Wuji said these odd words, Zhan Wuhen hurriedly waved his hand as a blood-colored flag appeared and covered the entire profound Frost City. It was the Iron Blood War banner, which was the manifestation of his cultivation. Could be said that the banner was his unique mark. Zhan Wuhen had to deal with Huang Wuji, but he couldn't ignore the safety of the several 100,000 lives in the city, so he had to send them away first. When the residents looked up and realized that the sky had been covered in red, they became flustered. Following that, the Iron Blood War banner rolled up and turned into a red light before shooting into the distance. No one was left in the city. All the living creatures, including cats and dogs, were swept away by the war banner. Over 10 breaths later, the residents finally saw sunlight again, as the redness that had engulfed them diminished. They realized that they were in a desert with no one else around, seemingly lost. Right after the Iron Blood War banner swept away the residents of Profound Frost City, Zhan Wuhen made his move. He didn't seem to have moved a muscle, but the next instant, he appeared in front of Huang Wuji. At the same time, he pushed out a fist that was powerful enough to shatter the world. A glint flashed across Huang Wuji's eyes as he pulled his arms closer and sandwiched Zhan Wuhen's fist with his palms, resulting in a deafening boom. Their demon Qi and emperor Qi surged as two eruptions of light, one red and one black, struggled in the sky like two stars clashing with one another. With their location as the center, space around them shattered like a mirror breaking into pieces. Huang Wuji's expression was fierce. It seemed that he had expended all his energy to parry Zhan Wuhen's attack, but oddly, instead of panicking, he was laughing instead. Many thanks. Zhan Wuhen remained unfazed. Despite knowing the consequences of his attack, he still had to push out a fist. He wanted to retract his fist, but Huang Wuji wouldn't give him that chance and tightened his grip. An unperturbed Zhan Wuhen pushed his Emperor Qi as the force of his fist gushed forward like 3 rounds of tidal waves, which became increasingly violent. Huang Wuji used his own secret technique to neutralize the force as his demon Qi weltered around him. However, he was already in a passive situation from having to grasp Zhan Wuhen's fist, and they were in the star boundary, so how was he supposed to resist? A moment later, blood started leaking from Huang Wuji's mouth, but he remained unfazed and only laughed louder. All of a sudden, a flood dragon made from an enormous amount of demon Qi flew over from the horizon, as if it was leaping across space. The demon Qi, which was as black as night, soon dyed a particular spot in the sky dark. The dark spot was the same as the one that had appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory where the two great worlds had been connected. It wasn't until this moment that Zhan Wuhen realized what the demon saints were up to.
The battle in the Western Territory was just a feint. The demon saint's real intention was to permanently establish a connection between the star boundary and the demon realm. However, he was puzzled by one question. Previously, it was because of some special reasons that Ken Yi was able to use his body as a bridge to connect the two worlds. So how did Huang Wuji manage to achieve this? He was a demon saint who had nothing to do with the star boundary. The battle between them had indeed destabilized the surrounding space and weakened the world barrier, but it was unlikely that the barrier would be broken from just that. How did he even establish the connection?
Was there some kind of powerful force in the demon realm that could coordinate with him?
Otherwise, how had he managed to do that?
Furthermore, where was the origin of the demon chi that came over from the horizon? The situations the other 9 demon saints were in must be similar to the one between Huang Wuji and him, but how is that possible?
Previously, there was only one two-worlds passage in the Western Territory. So the star boundary was able to gather together and stop the demons from invading their homeland. If 10 such passageways appeared in the star boundary, though, how were they supposed to stop the demons? Zhan Wuhen didn't have the time to ponder on the issue, as he knew that if he couldn't defeat Huang Wuji quickly, a calamity would befall the star boundary. Enraged, Iron Blood's strength surged even more than before. Presently, blood was still streaming out of Huang Wuji's mouth, but the smile on his face had become even more savage. The new dark spot was only tens of meters wide, but the aura of another world could be felt coming from the other end of the dark spot. Zhan Wuhen had been to the demon realm, so he could immediately recognize that it was that realm's aura. The two worlds had been connected. The next instant, Zhan Wuhen, who had always remained unperturbed, suddenly turned pale. Looking up, he realized that an unimaginable amount of demon chi was streaming out of the dark spot in a continuous manner. The demon chi that came from afar was already fairly intense, but it had only managed to open up a passage that was a couple dozen meters wide. However, the demon chi that was erupting from the passage was significantly stronger. The demon chi was just like a nutrient, and the more of it that flowed through, the wider the passage became. After just 10 breaths, the passage had expanded to 1,000 meters wide. Furthermore, the speed at which it was expanding didn't seem to be slowing down. Looking from afar, the sky seemed to have been covered in dark clouds, like a piece of paper that had black ink dropped on it. The principles of both worlds converged and integrated in the dark spot, as though a large area had turned into a demon land. Just then, Zhan Wuhen shouted, "Release!" Muscles started bulging on his arms, and with the help of the world principles, he was able to push his fist forward despite it being still clenched by Huang Wuji, and struck the other party's chest. The sounds of bones cracking were heard at that moment. Even though Huang Wuji was the strongest demon saint in the demon realm, it was expected that he would be injured, as he was in a situation where he couldn't proactively attack. After getting struck by Zhan Wuhen's fist, he became severely injured.
However, Huang Wuji just wouldn't relax his grip as his demon chi surged and engulfed Zhan Wuhen, as though he was determined to perish together with him. At the same time, he said with a grin, "Iron Blood Great Emperor lives up to his reputation." This Huang's eyes have been opened today. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was so powerful that even Zhan Wuhen turned pale for a moment. With a horrified look, he turned to stare at Huang Wuji, only to see that the latter's mouth was drenched in blood. With a wicked smile, Huang Wuji announced, "It's coming." What he had said sounded absurd, but after he finished speaking, a humongous hand descended from the dark spot and reached for them, who were in a deadlock. The speed at which the hand was descending seemed slow, but following its movement, the world seemed to be on the brink of falling apart, and the pressure on Zhan Wuhen's shoulders became as heavy as a mountain. He wanted to flee from this place, but Huang Wuji wouldn't give him that chance. Huang Wuji seemed determined to lock down the great emperor no matter the cost. It felt like a short moment, but it also felt like a few years had passed. When the gigantic hand reached them, all the demon chi dispersed in an instant, and the demon land expanded by several hundred kilometers. On the other hand, Zhan Wuhen and Huang Wuji, who were locked in a stalemate, disappeared at the same time. The same thing happened in 9 other places in the star boundary. 13 demon saints and 7 great emperors had gone missing. Under the azure blue sky, 10 demon lands appeared in the star boundary.
Violent demon chi was pouring forth from the demon realm, and the speed at which the demon lands were expanding was rapid. It wasn't until a quarter hour later that the expansion slowly halted.
Groups of demon soldiers crossed over at that moment and appeared on the demon lands in an orderly manner. A huge calamity had officially befallen the star boundary.
On the battlefield in the Western Territory, Yang Kai had turned ashen as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Li Wui had never seen him losing his composure in such a way, so he hurriedly asked, "Has anything happened?"
What did you mean when you mentioned the world barrier? Yang Kai turned to look at him. His pupils had been reduced to the size of a needle. After taking a deep breath, he replied, "Just now, I could feel that the world barrier had weakened and then 10 places in the barrier broke. No Emperor Realm Masters could detect such an occurrence. Not even the pseudo-great Emperors could. However, Yang Kai had inherited the world's will from Bright Moon Great Emperor, so he was far more sensitive to changes in the star boundary." Upon hearing what Yang Kai said, the army commanders broke into commotion. Li Wui said with a frown, "Maybe the clashes between the Great Emperors and Demon Saints caused the breakages. Every move the Great Emperors made would implicate the world, and the Demon Saints were formidable enemies.
If the two parties got into an all-out battle, the world itself would crumble around them, so it wasn't surprising that the world barrier had been affected.
When the demons invaded the star boundary for the first time more than 10 years ago, the Great Emperors didn't dare to make any rash moves because of this very concern. However, since the Demon Saints had arrived, they had no choice but to battle against them now.
The army commanders agreed with Li Wuyi's statement. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was still pale as he stared fixedly at Li Wuyi. The Great Emperor's auras have disappeared. The commotion stopped abruptly as everyone fell silent and gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. Li Wuyi's pupils contracted as he asked grimly, "Which great emperors are you talking about?" Yang Kai gulped and replied with difficulty, "All of them. Impossible!" Li Wuyi shouted. It was indeed impossible for the great emperors, the strongest cultivators in this world, to simply disappear. Regardless of how formidable the demon saints were, they would only be on par with the great emperors at best. Furthermore, the great emperors had some natural advantages against the demon saints in the star boundary, so how was it possible that they had gone missing for no reason? It might be possible that 1 to 2 of them had fallen, but Li Wuyi would never believe that all the great emperors had lost and disappeared. However, what he had just said was simply an involuntary, instinctual response. He knew that Yang Kai wouldn't lie to them, and since Yang Kai had said so, he must have sensed something. Recalling that he hadn't received any reply from Zhan Wuhen, Li Wuyi frowned even harder and fished out another space beacon before activating it with his divine sense. As space principles undulated, his expression darkened. The space beacon in his hand was connected to the one held by Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang. As long as the Great Emperor was still in this world, regardless of where he was, Li Wuyi could reach him in an instant. The prerequisite was that the Great Emperor wasn't trapped in some kind of sealed-off space or surrounded by an array that isolated space. Nevertheless, the space beacon didn't seem to react in any way after it was activated. There were only 3 explanations for this to happen. The first one was that the space beacon in Mo Huang's possession had been shattered. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that it would happen unless the Great Emperor had passed away. The second one was that Mo Huang was inside an array that could block off the world, rendering the space beacon ineffective. However, which array in this world could stop a great emperor from leaving? Thus, the only possibility left was that Mo Huang wasn't in this world anymore. Seeing Li Wuyi experimenting with his space beacons, Yang Kai also fished out a beacon which was connected to the one held by Yu Rumeng. As space principles undulated, he was unable to reach Yu Rumeng's side, just like what had happened to Li Wuyi. They traded glances and saw the terror behind each other's gazes. The great emperors had really all gone missing at the same time, which was terrible news for the star boundary. Without the great emperors, who could possibly stop the demon saints? Maybe they've gone to the demon realm? Li Wuyi attempted a guess. Yang Kai nodded his head. That's possible. But he couldn't understand why the great emperors had disappeared at the same time. Previously, they had pursued the demon saints in 10 different directions, so theoretically, they would come across different incidents. How did they all end up in the same state all at once? Yang Kai said nothing despite having those thoughts in his heart. There was a lot at stake here. If word got out about this matter, it would definitely affect Star Boundary's morale. Therefore, he could only make an assumption in a more positive direction. Unfortunately, the best outcome in this situation would be that the great emperors were in the demon realm. Sir, I'll head to the demon realm to check. He took the initiative to suggest. He had a space beacon in his possession that could allow him to contact Yu Rumeng.
If the missing great emperors were all in the demon realm, then he would know just by going there. Li Wui pondered in silence for a while before dismissing the suggestion with a wave of his hand. There's no hurry.
At the very least, we should figure out what happened to the great emperors first before making any plans. Yang Kai could only nod at those words. Despite the worried look on his face, the anxiety in his heart had lessened considerably.
He had been extremely frightened when he first realized that the auras of all the great emperors had vanished in an instant. Now that he had calmed down enough to consider the situation, he realized that it was impossible for the great emperors to meet with an accident out of nowhere.
They were such powerful masters that there was no need to worry about their lives being threatened. The chase between the great emperors and the demon saints would surely cause a great commotion, so they would only need to investigate a little bit to gain clues about the situation.
With Li Wui as the leader, the army commanders took out their space beacons and sent out many jade slips to inquire about news in all directions of the star boundary. While waiting for news, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and turned to look in a certain direction.
It was one incident after another today, it seemed. The second wave was already crashing down before the first wave had settled. First, it was the members of the demon race in Star Boundary going berserk, losing their sanity, and slaughtering one another.
After that, the world barrier broke in multiple places and the auras of the great emperors vanished. This news had yet to even sink in yet when another incident occurred.
When Yang Kai looked in that direction, he saw a black dot the size of a needlepoint appearing out of nowhere in the sky far, far away. It was as though somebody had dripped a drop of black ink into the void. The ink spread out in all directions and began dyeing the star boundary. The dot had expanded by several times its original size in the blink of an eye. Demon chi seeped out from that black spot and turned the world into something that was from the demon realm, a demon land. Yang Kai's expression grew solemn.
Everybody noticed the change in his expression and followed in the direction of his gaze. In the next moment, all of them paled in unison.
Everybody present in this place was among the strongest in terms of cultivation in the star boundary, so it was only natural that their eyesight was equally extraordinary. The changes occurring in the world might be quite a distance away from them, but they could still observe the changes clearly from here. The two worlds passage? Fu Renjie exclaimed in shock. How can there be another two worlds passage there? All this while, everyone believed that the two worlds passage only existed in one spot, which was the center surrounded by the previous coining dragon grand formation. The place where the two great worlds were connected had to be a location where the world barriers between the two great worlds were quite weak, and such places generally rarely existed. Hence, Li Wui had set up a grand formation, composed of various armies formed in the star boundary,
and everybody's attention had been fixed on that particular spot. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had plunged into the enemy lines and resealed the two worlds passage, laying the foundation for the victory of the Star Boundary's armies. Although the members of the demon race later killed each other off after going mad with bloodlust, the sealing of the two worlds passage could be regarded as a true reason for the Star Boundary's triumph today. Be that as it may, a second two worlds passage had appeared in the distant sky.
How could this not shock everyone who saw it? Where did this two worlds passage come from? Without waiting for them to understand the situation, Yang Kai took to the skies and flew over in a rush. Regardless of how or why another two worlds passage appeared, it would be best if he sealed it as soon as possible. Li Wui quickly followed the moment Yang Kai made his move. After that, many army commanders and even the demon race half-saints tagged along. The large group of top masters rushed toward the demon land in an instant. Before Yang Kai could get close though, he narrowed his eyes suddenly only to see a demon race army crossing into this world inside the demon land. The army came in full strength. Moreover, several powerful auras emanated from among the army. His brazen charge towards the demon land was naturally very eye-catching, and dozens of sharp gazes from within the demon land turned in his direction. The demon king in the lead was riding a tall demon beast with a sneer on his face. his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light.
With a wave of his hand, the demon race army crossing into this world organized itself and prepared for Yang Kai to rush towards his death. Soon though, the demon king's laughter caught in his throat.
Yang Kai was followed by a large number of flowing lights, each one giving off an aura that could make one's scalp go numb, horrifying the lead demon king. How could he not know that he had crashed right into the tiger's lair? He squeezed his knees, and the demon beast he was riding hurriedly turned around with the intention of rushing back through the two worlds passage. Unfortunately, the demon race army was pouring out from the other end of the two worlds passage at a steady pace, so there was no way he could return, at least not in the short term. In his desperation, he drew upon his demon chi and attacked ruthlessly, carving a bloody path through his own men. The demon race army around him were shocked as they did not know why their leader had suddenly gone insane. Dragon! Transformation! A shout reverberated through the air, and upon hearing those words, the members of the demon race army looked up. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the skies, one so loud that it caused the ground to tremble. Following that, the small figure that was approaching them suddenly expanded and transformed into an enormous creature that slammed straight into the ranks of the demon race army. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the group shook violently from the force when Yang Kai's 300-meter half-dragon form crashed to the ground. A tremendous force erupted around the spot where he landed and swept out for several kilometers in all directions.
The demon race army suffered a heavy blow that threw their lines into chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Kai slowly straightened up his body that was as lofty as a mountain, his pale golden dragon eyes overflowing with an infinite majesty. Next, he reached out with a hand and clenched his fist. The demon king in the lead, who had been fleeing for his life, felt the space surrounding him tightening. It gave him the impression that he was sinking into a pool of mud, and the harder he struggled, the deeper he sank. In his panic, he let out a roar and turned around to lash out with a demon artifact spear. Kong! Sparks flew as the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The spear hit Yang Kai on the back of his claw that was covered in dragon scales and left a white mark. However, his large hand had already captured its prey. He was now holding the demon king tightly in the palm of his hand.
Yang Kai gave a squeeze, and the demon king let out a blood-curdling scream, accompanied by the sound of his bones breaking. With a surge of demon chi, both the demon king and the demon beast he was riding exploded into blood mist. With Yang Kai's current strength, it did not take much effort for him to kill a demon king. He could even match a pseudo-great emperor in a life-or-death fight, so what was a demon king in comparison? After squeezing the demon king to death, he leaned his body backwards slightly, his chest heaving as he took a deep breath. This breath he took felt as though he was sucking all the air out of the world. Amidst the sound of the howling winds, the surrounding members of the demon race lost their footing, and those with weaker cultivation were pulled in by his sucking force and flew towards Yang Kai. Just when those members of the demon race thought that they were going to be devoured by this monster, Yang Kai released a terrifying roar. The dragon roar shook the skies and a scorching flame swept outwards. An area spanning several thousand meters in front of Yang Kai instantly turned into a barren, scorched wasteland. There were countless Dragon Clan's secret techniques, and each one had its own special characteristics. Be that as it may, Yang Kai especially loved using the fire dragon's flaming breath simply because this attack packed an explosive destructive power. Part of the reason might also be that Zhu Qing was a fire dragon. Those from the demon race in the area covered by the dragon breath were either incinerated or severely injured in an instant. Before Yang Kai could fire another shot, the army commanders behind him arrived.
Their numbers were not high, only slightly over 30 in total, but among them pseudo-great emperors abounded. Even the weakest was in the third-order emperor realm.
Like fierce tigers among a flock of sheep, the 30 or so masters scattered and began slaughtering their enemies without another word. On the other hand, the demon race half-saints stopped some distance away and simply watched without doing anything.
Although they had followed Yuru Meng and allied themselves with the Star Boundary, they were still part of the demon race, so they couldn't bring themselves to kill their own clansmen. Besides, there was no need for them to participate in this one-sided slaughter.
The army crossing over into this world from the demon realm did not have a half-saint leading them. Perhaps there might have been one at the start. Perhaps that person fled a long time ago upon discovering the dangers. In any case, the strongest among the remaining demons were but high-rank demon kings. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they were no match for the group of army commanders working together. The army was swiftly and decisively defeated. They had crossed over into this world with great enthusiasm, thinking that they would be reaping a great harvest. But how could they have known that they would stumble straight into the lion's den instead?
A demon race army of several 100,000 was completely routed before they could even leave the newly appeared demon land. The two worlds passage was right behind them, and when they saw that the situation was dire, they naturally tried to flee back towards it.
Xianxia and the others gave pursuit all the way into the demon realm, their paths littered with countless corpses. Only then did they sound the gongs and withdraw from the battle.
1 hour later, the army commanders returned from the demon realm to the demon land just below the black spot in succession. Xianxia was the last to return.
As soon as he reappeared, Li Wuyi immediately looked in his direction and asked anxiously, "How was it?" Xianxia shook his head in response. Li Wuyi frowned deeply. "I've tried it too. The space beacons aren't connecting." Xianxia paused for a moment before saying, "The situation in the demon realm is special. Each continent is connected by territory gates to other continents, but they are all independent of each other.
Hence, each continent can be considered a sealed world in its own right.
If the great emperors are really in the demon realm, it's not strange that we can't contact them through space beacons, as they might simply be on other continents." Li Wuyi nodded. "That's the only possibility." Lifting his head to look at the sky, he continued, "The situation here is somewhat different from the previous two worlds passage. Can you seal it?" If Li Wuyi could sense the difference, how could Xianxia fail to notice it? It didn't seem to be a simple channel connecting between the two great worlds anymore. Rather, it felt as though the great world itself was carrying out an invasion. It was almost like the time when Hung Luo Starfield was being devoured by Grand Desolation Starfield.
"I'll try." Xianxia gently nodded before flying upward and taking a shallow breath. In the next instant, space principles fluctuated around him. 2 hours later, he flew down again. He was pale-faced and covered in a sheen of sweat. It was obvious that the endeavor had taken a lot out of him.
The black dot in the sky was gone. It had clearly been sealed, but the demon land that had been contaminated showed no signs of returning to normal. The demon chi permeated the area, and the demon essence was very evident.
The average cultivator would find it extremely uncomfortable to remain in this place. Turning to look around, Xianxia showed an astonished expression. "Where's everyone?" Li Wuyi and the others had disappeared from the surrounding area.
Even the army commanders were gone, and 90% of the half-saints were nowhere to be seen. Only the Lotus Sisters remained in this place. Xianxia had noticed some movement coming from below when he was sealing the new two worlds passage just now, but he had been at a critical juncture of the process and could not spare the energy to pay attention to anything else, so he was only discovering this strange situation now. Heilian stepped forward and handed him a jade slip. "Li Wuyi asked us to give this to you. He said you will understand after seeing it." Xianxia took the jade slip from her with a frown. His divine sense surged as he checked out the contents of the jade slip.
He had only just begun glancing at the contents, but his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?"